Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Westeros, the best place to be. Not really, though. Anytime you're given a choice of fantasy worlds, I would pick almost any other one. But you get to just visit for several hours every couple weeks. We are here in A Sea of Spears, episode 50 heckin' 1, as we continue our years-long journey into the mouth of madness, playing a bunch of Nymerian siblings, and we are currently in the waning moments of the grand melee that is at the end of Addam Nymerian's Nameday Tourney. Episode 50 a couple weeks ago was our first ever kind of PvP action because the Nymerian siblings were spread out among different melee teams. And as we get into action this week, we're going to cut off after this kind of the grim end of episode last time had Lady Rhaena Nymerian, the last surviving member of her team, facing off against a trio that are the last remaining members of the only other team. So we're looking at a 3-on-1 scenario. It's a long shot, but Lady Rhaena does have, blood of the Royne and blood of the dragon. She's standing in her home courtyard, facing long odds, and she has killed young noblemen before in front of large crowds.
Half killed. Half killed.
I hate you.
So,
She's gonna need 6 half kills. I
Right.
told him my Twitch talk with the guys on the fingers. Six half kills to get all of us.
yeah. So we'll see. This is kind of her. This is when her adrenaline meter kicks in, and she starts having access to special moves. Is killing lords younger than her in front of crowds of people. So Addam might need to look out.
She's gonna slap me.
Yeah. But so let's start with Rhaena. How's her character looking? What's going through your head? How's your day been so far to this moment of like the slow motion standoff of Rhaena in a stare down against a trio of opponents?
It's been a challenging day. This whole melee has been very bizarre. Strange things have happened. People were taken out by people I didn't expect to happen, and now Rhaena's the last one standing from the Pride of the Reach, which is she's not. Anyway, and now I'm looking at my brother, my baby brother. He's not a baby. He's a grown-ass man, and my brother and my ex-lover, Barrick, and Richard fucking Horp.
Who killed our cousin?
Who killed Cousin Will in the last melee that we were participating in. I mean, it wasn't like a murder or anything. It wasn't on purpose, but, I mean, it happens sometimes. But it happens sometimes, and that's him. I mean, he did it last time. And I'm looking at this, and Rhaena is, I mean, she's very proud, and, proud. And the urge to go down swinging is really strong here. And so is the urge to just concede because there's 3 of them, and one of them is Addam.
But I mean, this is like a rare chance to knock the 7 shades of shit out of me.
Well, I did just fucking turn around and cut, take out my other brother. And that was just a lashing out, very instinctual.
She's like, it just felt right.
Yeah.
No, it's just like when you're pressured,
Why are those her instincts?
Right?
Yeah. Those are instincts. Well,
Was I sent away for my own protection all these years?
Yeah,
As a
listen,
baby that you used to like stab at me?
Grandpa Maker hasn't been entirely forthcoming about why the sons of House Nameday have been sent away and the daughters have been kept at home. But you know, whatever. We're not to that arc yet.
Just know I might be immune to wildfire. We don't know yet if you try it on me.
Also, there used to be like 4 brothers. Like we don't talk about the other ones.
Makar Jr. and Addam 1.
Yeah,
Good Addam. GA
Yeah,
is what we used to call him.
Wait,
he only had 1 D in his name. They
Yeah.
just needed something new for the next
wait,
one.
do they add an extra D for each new one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe added
it's still plausible with 2 D's in the name. It would start becoming awkward later on.
Why do you think we haven't seen Grandpa recently? He's working on Addam with 3 Ds right now.
yeah.
oh,
Whoa.
no.
Oh,
There can be only one.
that conjures
That's-
images.
Yeah.
So wrong.
Oh, if I talk about him dying, it's bad. If I talk about him
It's
getting
fine.
some, it's bad.
Let him live his life.
Jeez.
So,
So his morality's a little messed up.
so Raina's been having a complicated day. She was on a team with a bunch of Reach Knights. It was very clearly seen as Loris's team by most people, not Raina. Because it was Loris and a bunch of Reach Knights, and then she got invited kind of at the end. So that's how Raina's doing, though. She's getting ready. She is facing down, you know, a trio of grown men in a melee. So she's got that going on. How's Addam feeling right now? How's his day been going?
Oh man, he's freaking out. He has lasted way longer in this than he was expecting to. He kind of went in going like, if I don't get knocked out in the first round, I'll be that's good. But he's down to the last 4 and not really sure how he got there. It probably largely by staying out of the way, and having more formidable teammates who have drawn more focus. So he's managed to get away with not having to get knocked around too much. And but yeah, like having similar thoughts to Reina, like it would be like excitement at the thought of like being on like a winning team, which is a thing he's never done in a melee. He's never even been in a melee, so like that would be a big deal. Not just kind of proving to himself that he can do it, but also like quite conscious that like the only other person he's fighting like they're fighting is his like big sister, who like he knows is a better fighter than him, and is like, maybe I should quit while I'm ahead, or he might just hang back and see how it goes. But yeah, I think if he's probably coming down on the side of, if I like just quit, I'm never gonna know like exactly how far I was able to get. So I think he's kind of in this to sort of to the finish, I suppose. But yeah, he's very very conscious of like not wanting to beat up on his sister.
And then, as special guest stars for these final rounds of the melee, one way or the other, how's Lord Beric Dondarrion doing, Erica?
I think he's very proud of his team. He's excited to be where he is, and he is standing in a way such that he's able to get maximum wind to go across his back, where his cape is fluttering in the wind, in the slight
Of course
breeze.
he is.
Yeah, when there's the small standoff moment, you absolutely have to
Yes.
strike a pose.
Yeah, so he's in a nice, victorious and confident pose, and he's looking over at Reina on the other side and giving her the largest grin, the shit-eating grin that anyone's ever given anyone before.
This asshole.
And that brings us to our final competitor, Sir Richard Horp. How's he doing, Robert?
I will
Special
be.
guest star, Robert.
I'll be wearing his mask today.
Yeah.
He's serious. He takes no pleasure in fighting a woman, I am sure, but at the same time, she is no ordinary woman. So he's standing in a knightly posture of his long sword out, standing next to his teammates, ready to end this.
So, in order to keep player characters playing, we've got Erica and Robert filling in as Barrick and Richard. While, we've still got Adam and Raina as players. Wow, what was that weird noise?
He's shaking my my dice.
Okay.
Okay.
It's like, is that a bug? What the hell? What is going on?
Rattlesnake, run!
There's a rattlesnake nearby.
It
There's
could
a
be.
snake in my
Excellent.
boot.
We don't joke about that, Robert.
We got him out here too. It's cool.
So yeah, we've got all the players playing while Bela and Lucaris are on the sidelines, licking their wounds and passing a wineskin back and forth. We wanted to let the players, play instead of Ash having to try and run multiple people or, something like that. So,
like when we're facing off here, Raina has like put up the thing on her helm because there's no way she's going into a fight like this without her helmet. And she kind of like looks at them all. Everybody's breathing hard and we're dirty and and her shield looks like shit because it's been taking a lot of beating. And she's got her longsword. She looks at Addam, kind of tilts her head, like looking at him, seeing if he's game or not. But then Barrett gives her that grin, so she gets all like, and you see her like straighten herself up more, and she just nods and puts down her shield.
and we're gonna say that this was the dramatic standoff moment was also a series of catch your breath actions, which is why everyone's gonna start with like maximum health and stuff. But everybody is, bruised and battered and winded and scuffed up, cinematically. But we're just gonna say mechanically, everybody stopped, for the stare down long enough to kind of recharge their health meters and get back, their damage points and stuff. That's why everybody gets to start at full.
Well,
when she
Barrick,
puts
I do
down,
believe
then
she's
she just-
angry with you.
Whacks her sword on her shield, and that, come on, Bela showed her that.
Yeah. Barrick pipes up. My lord, who would you prefer take the first swing?
Well, you have rank on the two of us, my lord. It should be you.
But it is your name day.
True, but I am less eager to have my sister cut me in twain.
Especially now, I suppose.
Ah!
I don't know if Barrick would make a sexual joke or not.
You might make it not quite loud enough for the audience to hear, like maybe loud enough for to embolden his team and try to catch Raina off balance. Maybe not like yelling it for Lord Bakar and Bela
Okay.
and stuff
All right.
like so.
Then I could see him saying something along the lines of, well, I certainly tried on several occasions.
Oh. That's Yeah, I'm not sure Adam knows what to make of that. Like,
Hork's gonna lower his face guard at that point.
yeah, like this is a point for Adam to be like, yeah, like my visor's going down so no one sees me. Also, so Raina can't see how fucking terrified I am. Uh, yeah, so Adam's definitely like going to sort of defer to
Wait,
Beric
Did
as the
Reyna
team.
hear that?
You got a
Sorry.
helmet on.
Probably.
Yeah, you got a
Okay.
helmet on and stuff, but you're pretty close.
Yeah, we're not too far away.
Yeah, so like as are you gonna head back?
Oh, no. She points her sword at Barrick and says, "You first."
Excellent.
He says, "Yes, my lady," in a very
Insouciant
Yes.
word for him.
He leers at her and he's like, "I always come first," right?
Oh.
Yeah, like, that means he wins.
Weird
Oh.
flex. Okay.
No, that's a weird
no,
flex, isn't it?
That's how sex works. Like that means he's the best.
Yeah, you win at it. Yeah, Dave Fighter's shitty as well.
It's obviously it's a race.
Yeah, Adam clearly doesn't understand hetero stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't care to. It seems weird. You know, not sure.
It's like,
Morph will
All
take a
right,
few
then.
steps forward following Barrick's lead, since he seems to have poked this dragon in the eye, it seems.
Okay. Yeah, Beric will then put down his visor and lift his sword up in both hands and approach Lady Reyna.
all right then.
right,
Let's
then.
get some initiative rolls from just Barrick and Reyna then.
I haven't done this in a while.
It is agility, and then subtract any armor penalty, like your combat defense penalty from armor is
Right.
also
Oh.
subtracted from your.
Could
on
you
my-
give me
it's on-
an assist? You didn't write down what the
Oh, yeah,
armor
it's,
penalty was for this. For these
I
characters.
knew I was gonna forget something.
Yeah.
I tried to give very abbreviated stats.
Yeah.
It is an armor penalty of -4,
Okay.
which is already factored in the combat defense
Yeah.
and stuff that I gave you guys.
Cool.
I just didn't write it down as a separate thing because I forgot about
Okay.
initiative.
I have an 8 for Beric.
Well,
All right, so Barrick advances and Reyna has the drop on him.
Kick his ass.
I will rush forward with my shield, hoping to get under his guard, considering I'm considerably smaller than him.
Actually, not like super smaller. Barrick's not huge. But yeah, it's fine.
He's a normal man-sized person, and Reyna's kind of petite, so.
He's a little slender and wiry for most knights. But yeah, he still definitely
Boys.
does have some bulk on you.
She's used
Oh.
to getting under him.
She is.
We have a subscription from Bad Nug again.
Hi, Magna.
For the Destiny Point record, Bad Nug, we have Reyna facing off against 3 opponents here. You can give Destiny points to Lord Beric Dondarrion, Sir Richard Horp, Addam Nymerian, or Reyna Nymerian. Those are the 4 active in scene at the moment. What do we? Okay, that's pretty heckin' hot roll.
I'm really impressed with that. I'm not going to roll that well ever again in this game.
That's the spirit.
If I were rolling stats, it would have been like, I'm making a paladin!
So, you're looking at a total of what?
Oh, I have a plus to that. Not a big one. 19.
All right, 19. How does that compare
Ooh.
to the dashing Lord Beric's combat defense?
Beric isn't as nimble in combat as you might want to be. His combat defense is 3, so that would be what, 4 degrees of success.
4 degrees of success. Lord Beric, viewers may recall from last session, went into battle with a great sword as kind of a sign of solidarity with his young squire Edric Dane, who is currently watching from atop Oris Waters' shoulders over on the sidelines to make sure that Edric has a good view. But yeah, he went into battle with a great sword. He's probably a little more comfortable with sword and shield, but yeah, that's what he's got. So, what is your base damage, Lady Reyna?
4.
So 4 times 4, Barrick is hit for 16.
Whew. Okay. After my armor, I will take 8 points of damage, which isn't great, but it'll have to do.
All right, so a solid shot thumps into his armor, takes some of the wind out of his sails, but since there's only 2 of them, I do believe that means Barrick's up next.
I believe that's correct. And Barrick will absorb the blow of the shield and sword, and then take a step back to create enough separation for his 2-handed weapon, and try to batter away your shield before putting in a blow on you. Okay. And he has a... Wait. I almost counted 1 too many dice. So we're at... 21.
All right, what's Reyna's combat defense?
9.
That would be 3 degrees of success right now. You did just get a destiny point, Lord Barrick. If you can add 3 to that roll by keeping an extra die, that would get you an extra degree. So it depends on what dice you dropped.
It's exactly a 3 on the die.
All right, so Bad Nug.
Let's make use of that immediately. So
Helping
thank you,
Lord Barrick.
Bad Nug, to make Lord Barrick look much more
Bad Nug's
badass.
fault.
And as he's making the strike, his cloak flutters up in the breeze to make it look even more dashing. And
His name isn't helpful, Nug.
Yeah, it's not good Nug. It's not chivalrous Nug.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
So what is Barrick's damage?
with a 4 multiplier, it will be 24.
Jesus H. Christ. That's a bunch. I was so proud of mine.
Now, remember, if you take a wound, you will absorb all that, but you will have the wound.
Well, if you take a wound, you will lose. Injuries are allowed. If you are battered to the point you need to take a wound, you are out of the melee.
Ah, well,
Yeah, so it's a little bit choppier with this because
Yeah.
you're not supposed to pull a
wound will
multi-
absorb. Just to say, wound will absorb endurance equal to it per
injury.
Injury per will absorb endurance.
Yes.
Wow. I get that.
Dirt.
Now you do subtract your armor first, so that will be less than.
All right, so what was the total? 24?
Mm-hmm.
Minus the armor rating?
Yeah, armor rating.
So that's 15 total
Okay.
to soak.
All right, and then what's your health score?
I have. Where's my damage? 9.
Okay, so you need to do something to get rid of 6 points. Well, no, 7 points of it because you.
Yeah,
can't
I'd have to
it.
do all 3 injuries.
So yeah, you're taking all 3 injuries to drop 9 points of that in order to stay up.
And then injuries, how do they penalize you next
They're
time?
flat -1.
So it'd be a
on-
-3 to whatever else I roll after this.
Yes.
No, she's gonna do it. What?
Have you got any destiny points left that you could knock stuff off?
Because you could spend a destiny point to make Lord Barrick drop that extra die he kept,
Mm-hmm.
and that would lower the damage by
6.
his damage rating.
lower it by 6.
Yeah, and he would lose 1 whole multiplier.
And those are the 6 I need to soak. Then I would have 1 that I would have to take 1 injury for.
Yeah, and that would make the difference between 3 injuries, which is also all your injuries. You can't take more after that.
Yeah,
so-
I'm doing all the math here, and it doesn't matter because I don't have any destiny points because Bad Nug gave it to frickin' Barrick.
If I had the ability to give you a destiny point right now, I would.
Bad Nug, you're a brat too.
Let's say the siblings on the sidelines might be allowed to spend destiny points
Oh, it's cute. You think we have any left?
to keep the house from being embarrassed.
It's
I don't
cute. You think I have any?
I don't think you two do, but I'm just saying, you know.
Did
All right,
you?
I hear you, Bad
Wow.
Nug. Bad Nug
You know,
says, I
Some
mean, in
men
the
just
same
want to
Nug.
see the world burn.
He says, I mean, on the same note that gave the Vulture King like 3 royal boons in a row.
He did.
Yeah.
There were extra lieutenants added
And wait,
multiple times because of that.
Was it also Bad Nug who made it possible for Robert Baratheon to take the field
I
last
think we
melee?
figured out who the villain is.
I,
Bad Nug!
I don't out our backers. If they want to tell you what choices they made, that's on them. I am the soul of discretion. We do have a royal boon coming at House Nymerian from last session. Do we want to say that the heir to House Nymerian gets a destiny point from that? Or perhaps that the proud Reyna restored 1 destiny point as she's facing down 3-on-1 odds and Father watching?
I'm
Felicia
okay
wants
with
that, then I'm
these.
in support.
I mean, I'm fine with opening this up to chat and the other players. If we can, do we feel like that would add some underdog tension and potential and stuff?
Look, Raina's always gonna say, I'm gonna use it for me. Unless somebody needed it worse. And right now, nobody needs it worse.
That's fair.
All right, so it sounds like the multitude of Nymerian siblings are okay with that. So, if you spend the destiny point, you make Barrick see what I did? Lose the extra die that they kept, and that would knock 6 damage off. So you need to take 1 injury to then be still very close to being taken out, but it's only 1 injury instead of all 3 of your injuries.
We'll do that.
All right, so you grit your teeth, not wanting to shame your family and be taken out by almost the first swing. And now Reyna is up because we're just going to go to the top of the next round.
I won't judge if you want to take me down.
No. Right now, it's between her and Barrick. She's focused on that.
Well,
She
you
has
did
her
make a rebel
purposes.
joke, quite you? So
He's like, please don't take me up on that.
If we go down to just Addam's team, is it a free for all at that point?
No, they are the winners at that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's we the write-up that I had was last team standing,
Okay.
not last person.
So no reason to betray Addam suddenly. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's it. While everyone's watching Barrick and Reyna, Richard Horb just runs over and stabs at him in the throat. I don't know what happened. Injury. These things happen in melees, guys.
Wait, I think it'd be more of a case of like, I will have to fight you next, or something like that. But okay, good.
While tattooing a second hash mark onto himself.
Oh,
It's just
no.
like, total accident, you guys. I don't know what happened. These Dornish people are so fragile. So,
Wow.
Reyna, you are up.
I was trying to pull up the combat section because I don't remember if there are any special anythings.
There is an aggressive attack option. that is probably not called that because everything has to be called a little bit different.
It's like
than you want.
reckless attack, I think.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where
You
every RPG has this option and they all call it a little bit different.
Yeah, you end up getting to roll and keep one extra die, but your defense is reduced by 5 until your next
So-
turn.
So you make yourself easier to hit, but it's a big offensive boost.
Are you able to do things? Oh, sorry. Felicia,
Go ahead, ask.
Yeah, like I don't think we are, but like, are people able to take actions in combat, like intimidate and things like that? Because Reyna does have Blood of Valyria, which is like a bonus to intimidate, but like I don't know if you can use that to give yourself an advantage in a fight.
You
I think it's only useful in
Probably-
social combat.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not impossible to intimidate in combat. It's probably a little impossible in like a melee where like she's not gonna kill you, but like
Yeah.
like
right.
Khal
Do you really
Drogo
know that? Do
riding
you really know that?
like like Khal Drogo riding somebody down.
Hey, we didn't prove
and
you only
wanting them
half
to
kill, so you
you
can go
know,
around
might-
threatening to kill people.
It's true, But yeah, like there's certainly times that I would let people roll intimidate to try and get an opponent to do the yield. But I will say it would be more difficult in an expressly non-lethal format.
Sure.
But you might be able to, rattle him or something if you
Yeah,
wanted to try
I'm
and.
just trying to kind of.
Criticals
her.
in this. Did y'all know that?
We're not using them because they're
Okay.
awful.
They're really crazy.
Yeah, they're real bad.
Okay. They look absolutely crazy.
Like
Anyway, go ahead. What I'm going to do is I am going to. What is the reckless again? I get to keep an extra die, but I'm like -5 on my defense, right?
roll and keep an extra die. So it's fighting plus long blades plus expertise plus 1. Why are you spacing out?
I
Like,
knew that.
You just locked up like you blue screen.
I did blue screen. I'm sorry, guys. All right, so I have 3, 4, and then the expertise gives me a +1, right?
It's a kept die, yes. So you're
Oh.
keeping fighting plus 1. If you do this, you'll be keeping fighting plus 2.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right, so doing a reckless attack, throwing caution to the wind, knowing that she can't just go blow to blow. She needs to do something bold. Reyna swings for the heckin' fences.
Boo! I used a good roll earlier.
Oh, dear.
I even get to keep them all, and it just doesn't add up to very much. That's okay. 15, 16.
You still have the long blade specialties. You should have some bonus dice that you're dropping. You're rolling fighting plus long blades, plus 1 for expertise, plus 1 for aggressive,
Oh,
and then you're keeping fighting plus 2 total number of dice.
it should be 5, right?
So, I guess.
Right. 3. Fighting +2.
Okay.
All right, I did miss a die. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I just
because
rolled
I
it.
know you had more than one long blades specialty dice, so you should be able to roll and drop something.
18.
Okay, so an 18 total. Barrack's defense was a 3. So 3, 8, 13. See, that's 4 degrees of success. Another shot for 16 then, right?
Yep. Armor reduces that to 8, but I cannot take 8 more. So I will need to take 2 injuries.
Alright,
Ooh.
Okay. He gets to return the favor.
he does.
He does. This is probably it for me, guys.
That's the spirit.
You're holding your own though. Like, I think you're doing great. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you. But her pride is not appeased by this.
He has a 22.
Barely hits. So, what's your combat defense -5?
Or
We got 4, 9, 14, 19.
18. Or 19.
So,
I thought she said
degrees.
or, like she was gonna.
Oh.
Or I had some other. I was like, what could she possibly do?
counter bidding.
Ah!
What if he has to swing at the family wealth score? Like, just randomly making up target numbers.
Can't
So-
hit me. I have too much money. Ah.
So Barrack's damage times 4
Is
Get me out of
24.
Disneyland.
is
24
going to be the
again.
24.
Yikes.
And I do believe that's from the math that we had to just do.
Same math, basically. Almost.
Yes,
Should be
but-
15.
Mm-hmm.
So you can take.
No,
You-
I can't. I've got all my I can take.
You took one
15,
injury last time.
36. I can't. I would have to take a wound.
Okay.
And I can't. So if he exceeds my injuries, because he is, and I have no more combat damage, I don't have any more hit points left.
So you get smashed down.
Yeah.
And again, because it's a melee and weapons are blunted and stuff, you guys aren't, these injuries will go away faster than most injuries, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, he's, what's a good solid shot that's going to take somebody out of the fight, Barrica? Barrica Dundera Marion?
I think it's just the weight of the blows. And hold on just one moment. As
Yeah,
I band
just
hammer.
noticed that, no.
Pull out my band hammer. And yeah, I think it's just he takes all of the hits from the last attack, and it hurts a bit, but he notices that she's a bit off balance, and he uses that in the heft of the double-bladed longsword, or the two-handed longsword, rather, to just hit at the right spot to knock her onto the ground, and then follow it up with motioning for the killing blow, but not going through with it.
Right.
Of course.
It's-
And then he'll make some snide joke about having his longsword at her very vulnerable position.
No. She's dazed and out of it because that's a lot of hitting. And the only thing keeping her on the feet last time was pride. And now the pride's in the mud with her. So,
Adam's gonna hurry over to try and help her up. Very well thought, sister.
Stab him! Stab him!
Made this work for it.
Now's your chance.
There's no rule against killing after the tournament.
Yeah, like, it's just the melee that's non-lethal. So yeah, Reyna gets rocked by a greatsword, and just hammered down. Barrick makes it clear that the killing blow could happen. He strikes that pose of I have beaten you. And sure enough, as Addam comes scrambling over and helps Reyna shakily to her feet, Grandfather Makar has stood over in the Nymerian pavilion, and officially, gives a little wave. And his announcement of the winning team is drowned out as the crowd starts to chant for Addam. And you hear some Addam Nameday, Addam Nameday, yeah, the Nameday Namarian managed to lead his team to victory. Is how this is going to go in the history books that Addam writes someday. But yeah, the melee
After
is
smiting
over.
his wicked and not as attractive as Adam's sister.
Oh yeah, that must be it.
I was gonna say after running away to Old Town in disgrace.
Aw.
Or to whatever equivalent unit they have in Essos.
So with that, let's say Barrick and Richard Horp fade once again into NPC obscurity, and Luke and Bela snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity.
I grab onto the
good?
railing.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So with that, let's just kick off some free roleplay type of stuff.
Yeah, and I was very confused at being cheered because Barrick was as far as he's concerned, like Barrick won that there. So, yeah, but like it's nice for the team to be appreciated.
I will approach the field as well.
You guys take
I
over.
didn't mean to cut you off, Adam, but so.
No, you're good. I was pretty much done.
Well, that was exciting. Everybody okay?
Yeah, I think so. I might, yeah, like, he's, like, clearly absolutely knackered and been knocked around a lot, and, yeah.
Unwrapping her sword so she can put it
Sister.
away because it doesn't fit in a freaking scabbard like that.
Are you planning to stab somebody?
I'm like, not right now. Put it away.
That's
And
not
then-
as comforting an answer as I would have hoped.
Take off the helmet. Take off the helmet. And slant a glare towards Barrick. Like, where'd he get the bigger sword? That's not what I'm used to from him.
Whew.
Sussy.
I'm going to extend a hand to Barrick. Well fought.
And Edric Dane is leapt down off of Oris, who is taking a hurried half step away as Elias Sand tries to replace Edric up there. And Ned comes running up, and is you can tell, Luke, since you're right there shaking Barrick's hand, Ned is a hair's breadth away from like spear tackling him in a hug, like yeah, and then he stops and like he actually like comically like a cartoon character like kicks up a little dirt as he like skids to a stop. He's like, wait, like everyone's here and I'm a lord, I need to look,
Cool,
so
cool.
instead he completely mimics like your body language so that as you finish shaking Barrick's hand and giving him a slap on the arm or whatever, like Ned does the exact same thing, trying to look all adult and lordly and stuff. And Barrick is in smile and wave to the crowd mode, so everyone's getting their niceties returned, and he is basking in the adoration of the crowd, which is some fraction of his.
I mean, Adam's having none of that decorum and is hugging people.
Okay. I don't hug anybody because I hurt. It's okay.
Alright, that's understandable. I will relent.
It is nothing. I mean, nothing compared to being set flying through the air into the vents at the last minute.
Like the good news is there wasn't a Robert Baratheon surprise entrance here,
Hmm.
so could have been worse. Um, so the rest of the winning team is also there. We've got Red Roddick Connington, who has kind of made his way to the center of the the group of cheering happy people, and Edric Dane, who was kind of already grouped up. But yeah, that is our winning team. Lord Beric Dondarrion, his squire, Lord Edric Dane, Sir Ronnet Connington, called Red Ronnet, Sir Richard Horp, and Addam Nymerian, Addam the Archer, the Nymerian Nameday boy. So yeah, that's our victorious 5, added to our list of victors here in the tourney.
Boy, if you kind of fade back and check on my team, make sure everyone's okay, make sure their enemies weren't too bad, get them wine.
Get him wine. That'll fix everything.
Wine fixes
Right?
everything.
I mean, that's where Raina's going right now. She's just gonna go ditch her helmet and just pass it off to somebody. And
Most of your team, it's Olena Sand and Velena Toland looking on with like big sister bemusedly, as Elia is like, "Oh, I think I got cut, Oris," and she's like pulling her shirt up real high on her side. Like she took off her armor and she's like pulling her shirt up and trying to show his side, and he's just like, just rub some dirt on it, like it's barely bleeding. And he's like not
Rob
falling
Hart on
for it.
that.
She's like, "Are my ribs broken?" And he's like, "I doubt it. You would have noticed by now." And like, so he is completely ignoring her, her 14-year-old
That should
girl
be arranged.
attempts. And yeah, Velena and her actual big sister, but also Velena Tolan, are both just like, she's trying too hard. Like, I know we're Dornish women and stuff, but like, come on. But so she's, giving it a go. Let's see, checking on Reyna's team. He's, again, I do feel like the actor and also just the character, Loras Tyrell, got kind of a bad rap on the show. He's a little too sulky and stuff on the show. He's actually pretty badass in the books. But Loras Tyrell, again, has on his "I'm not very happy" face. It's not as like, the openly petulant look that he always had on the show forever. But it is just like, my team lost. And you can tell that he's mostly upset with himself for not being the last person standing on his team, even. But as soon as like Reyna approaches him, he has on a Tyrell smile and is very proud of her. And I can only hope that my brother chooses as wisely as I did, and I'm sure that you'll make the house proud if so. And right, but like, you can tell that he's hard on himself about not winning anything he tries to win. Parvin Crane, Eamon Quee, and John Fossaway are all quite a bit more moderate about it. They're all like, "Listen, I came into this knowing I'm Endurance 3, and that means I don't tend to win melees." So they're all in pretty good spirits of guys that are like, "Hey, our team kind of came in second, and you did so great, Reyna, yeah." And they seem a little more like genuinely positive.
They're just happy to be here.
Like, with Loras, you can tell he is pretending to be positive, like while he's kicking himself for not being the victor.
Slap him on the shoulder. I don't like the one fight I really would have wanted to win today, and I lost it. It's a lesson for me.
I suppose we can't all succeed at everything. No doubt.
Who's that?
No doubt next time you and Lord Beric spar, you'll get the better of him. And you're really sure that this is something he's heard from like Willis and Garland, like probably word for word. Like this is what they've been telling him for the last 5 years. Every time he didn't get a 101% on some exam, right? like you'll like it's you can tell like this is a kind of well practiced conciliatory thing that he's got. Um, Checking on Bela's team as I scroll through. She was in with. I
The
undid all my
Stormlands
bold.
have arrived.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find. I undid my bolding and italics that I did to have some things organized last time because it was a little too busy once everybody started getting taken out and stuff, and now I'm having trouble finding it. So Renly seems to be just fine. He's in good spirits. He's fine. He is used to doing well and not quite winning at things, so he's completely affable and in good cheer, etc., etc. Sir Balin, of course, is hovering, kind of not. I don't want to say protectively over Bela, but hovering, um, augmentingly over Bela, right? Like he seems to be He seems to be content to be kind of considered Bela's +1 like all week. So he's just kind of hanging out, and everyone's fine. Bryce Karen got a little dinged up as one of the teammates with the lower endurance. Brienne of Tarth is kind of hovering behind Renly, the same way that Balin is hovering near Bela. But everybody seems to be fine. Nobody's outraged at not winning, nor are Brienne also isn't like trying to seduce anybody by lifting her shirt or anything, right? She's just Brienning it up.
How out of character for her.
Right? Yeah. So it's not a ton going on with that team. They're all just like pretty decent, but also like kind of laid. I don't want to say laid back, but
It's like
you know what I mean.
down to earth.
Yeah.
But
Not as much drama over there.
Yeah.
Luke should be making some rounds, shaking hands, just congratulating people on different things that they did cool. Wants to make sure he goes to Brienne as well and just thinks they're like, yeah, well fought. I know she's been uncomfortable since she had to unmask, so.
Yeah, so complimenting her definitely contributes to that. She that's how she definitely does take the compliment kind of awkwardly, like she's particularly you get the feeling she's not accustomed to good-looking, dashing single knights complimenting her, right? So she looks almost wary for a moment, but then kind of shoots a glance to Renly, and she's like, he's smiling and friendly and happy, so all right, fine, like I'll be smiley friendly, but it takes her a second, like she's almost waiting for it to be a joke. Is definitely the feeling that you get.
I'm hoping she'll put together that I just fought with a bunch of women and like this is like good. I just want to give her the positive, like yeah.
But you could tell that there's that kind of moment of tensing up initially. But yeah, then she very civilly and kind of formally responds, and so yeah, for the most part, everyone's in pretty good spirits, or at least faking being in good spirits. Because it's still a highborn event. Nobody was grievously injured.
Nobody died. Yay!
Well, remember the death was in the trial by 7, not in the melee.
Oh, that's
So last time. So
No.
a little more serial.
No, there was a death in the melee because it was at Bela's hands.
but that was later. He died later on
In the Maester's tent, yes.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, nobody's taking stock of their team and going, wait, where's Brian Fossaway? And like he's been trampled into the mud or something and has been lying there dead for 30 minutes. Like everybody's in pretty okay shape. And maybe that's because you guys did side with Willy Will and not let some of the worst Dornishmen in, but yeah, so everybody seems to be in pretty good spirits. Some of them are hard on themselves for not winning. Some of them are kind of jokingly giving each other shit for not winning. The Fossaway trio are all claiming that it was so-and-so's fault And it was like, no, like you died first. Like, it's because I was using my shield to protect you. And like they're ribbing each other a little. And then the strong cider interrupts them by like setting down a keg of cider in the middle of them, and like cracking it open with a couple swings of his sword. And they start passing that around and pouring
That's like
drinks.
our wine for them.
Yeah, yeah. So just everybody's in a pretty good mood and taking it easy. What about Addam? We haven't heard a whole lot from the birthday boy, the Nameday Nymerian, the adventurous Addam. Something a alliteration.
Yeah, I think he would want to thank and congratulate the participants personally as much as he can. Though probably like particularly want to assuage Sir Loris in particular, who's clearly given himself a hard time. Just shake his hand and tell you fought so well today. It was an honour to take the field with you today. A year ago, a maester told me that I might never be able to do that again, and I'm happy that you were one of the people to help me prove him wrong. Thank you for including my sister. I appreciate it.
He gives a kind of cat-like look for a moment of just like pure like pride, but you can tell you're included in this because it's kind of a class warfare thing. He goes, maesters advise their lords, they do not command them. You did well today, young Addam, and having your sister on my team was my honor and pleasure. Garland did not do her justice.
Well, that surprised me, as he's very good at giving praise.
He is.
And yet,
that was generous of him. But yes, thank you. This good chat.
and again, because you guys do all have pretty good awareness, because you can tell, like, he is still kind of sullen when nobody's looking, but like he's putting forth the effort to not look sullen, which is pretty good for Loris. Like he's he's trying. Does anyone else have any particular role playing they want to do pre-feast?
I'm going to approach Addam and just tell him, well fought.
Thank you, Luke. That means a lot coming from you. You did brilliantly as well. I was quite intimidated. I was expecting you to knock my block off.
You led your team well. It's also a good lesson that only divided Nymerians can be defeated.
I think just trying to dodge out of the way of everyone bigger than me seemed to be a good strategy.
Whoa!
Sorry.
We're just going to the musical number right now.
I thought that was on silent. Sorry.
The blue bard starts rocking out.
Now what is the rest of the song?
Yeah, honestly, I did not expect to last that long. I thought if I lasted at least a little while, that was good enough. I wasn't expecting to get that far, and I'm very pleased and very overwhelmed, and my leg hurts a lot.
Yes, that will happen.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm definitely not used to that level of activity, but I feel like I proved something important to myself today.
Very well.
Let's get drunk. We should get really, really drunk.
Way ahead of you.
Bela up to anything in particular in this kind of cool down phase?
Yeah, I definitely want to talk to Addam during this. Um, Congratulations, Addam.
Thank you, Bella. That really means a lot.
Well, don't say that just yet. I have something else to say.
Uh-oh.
Well, when we heard about your leg, we were all a little bit, worried about what that would mean for your future. And I know you haven't had the same desires as all of us necessarily, but I think today you showed those who may have doubted you and doubted our house that we are more than what they think we are. And even those of us who are rumored to have difficulties doing some tasks are still more than capable of performing them and winning a melee with some of the best fighters in all of Westeros. And your leadership skills have been very impressive. As someone who took down the Vulture King, I know what it takes to lead people, and don't be down on yourself at all, because you showed exactly what it takes to lead people to victory in the field. You had 3 team members remaining when everyone else had only 1. You've shown your mettle, and only good things.
Like clearly welling up at that point, just like.
And you have so much ahead of you, brother, and I'm so proud of you.
Thank you, Bella. And he's just gonna like hug her really tightly.
I'll hug you back, of course.
That means a lot. I've always wanted to be as good as the 3 of you are. Looks ahead of us and getting drunk, so we should probably catch up.
Yeah, we should. We have a big dinner tonight, and I'm very much looking forward to that.
Yes, I have every confidence that it will heal all injuries.
I have no doubts.
Of the body and the soul.
All right. I have some other things to do before the dinner, so if you'll excuse me, brother, I will see you there.
All right.
Whatever the Russia equivalent of finger guns are, like.
Adam's like, yeah. So the remainder of
finger crossbows.
Yeah. The remainder of the afternoon is spent everybody getting cleaned up. A couple people, maybe some preventative trips to the maesters to make sure that things aren't broken. They're just bruised, yada, yada, yada. And then getting all fancified in various levels of sobriety, and then making your way to the feast. So does anybody else have particular stuff that they're doing besides the getting cleaned up, getting dressed, getting drunk to unwind?
No, yeah, I think like kind of getting cleaned up is like the next priority. And yeah, putting on something fabulous and going down to dinner.
Yeah, nothing besides the normal.
So, drinking to relax, bathing to sober up, dressing to be good, good looking enough for dinner.
I didn't say anything about sobering up.
Yeah,
enough for dinner. Reyna or Bela, any particular plans?
I know we talked about making announcements at the dinner this evening about betrothals and things like that. can we have assumed to have talked to grandfather about ravens that have come in, or is that something we'll handle soon?
That was what I was getting ready to do
Okay.
in the abstract if nobody was doing anything else.
Okay.
So, in the course of getting ready for dinner, and there's an assumption like the Nameryans will all, because this is a proper feast, not just a meal during a tourney, right? So the
I
Nameryans,
guess sober up a little bit.
the Nameryans are expected to kind of arrive together, or whatever. And in the course of going to do so, everyone ends up going to Grandfather Solar to meet up. He summons
no, what did we
some of
do?
you, or you just end up there. You could be summoned if you think you needed to be summoned, if you didn't just kind of gravitate up there to meet with family. And as you enter, Grandfather's desk looks the neatest you've seen it in a while.
Oh God, he's dying.
It's still covered in stuff. There's still letters. There's still maps. There's still things he's writing and things he's reading. But it's a little bit neater than it has been. And as you enter, he gives a little wave for your ancient house maester to leave, Elston. And he takes off to go kind of oversee dinner, which is to say, staying out of Lady Bess's way while pretending to oversee something about
Smart.
dinner, right? But he goes downstairs, and the door is shut, and all that remains in the room is Lord Makar Nymerian, the Blood Royal, and his family. And he pulls up a small wound scroll from the clutter on the desk, like without looking down, and he kind of gestures towards Bela with it. And his features are grim as he hands this letter to Bela, points for the rest of you to look out a window, and he says, "Dark Wings arrived today, and an army marches on Wyvern's Rest."
What?
And then, as the rest of you go looking out the solar window, you do see a force of at least dozens arriving. It's hard to tell in the dust that could be eating the back trail of their arriving force. But at the forefront of it, you see the waving dragon banner of Ghost Hill. It looks like the Lady Toland has come to visit with an appropriate escort and bodyguard for traveling this distance across Dorne. And Bela, the Dark Wings, brought a letter with the seal of House Swan on it. Blah, 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 honored, blah, 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 of course, blah, 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 fantastic match, blah,
I'm
blah,
killing
blah.
grandfather myself.
So,
What a
The-
troll!
the Dark Wing were a raven approving of the marriage match with House Swan, and the advancing army is Valena Toland's mother coming to
Oh.
dinner. And grandfather just looks completely dead serious, and he holds it. Like the Blood Royal can keep a straight face. Like nobody so he just looks at you guys and he's reading reactions. He's like, who looks excited, who looks but yeah, like grandfather fucking debated.
Grandfather, you are one of a kind, and I wish for many more such sighs of exasperation in our future. Whew.
And he lets out a smile, and it's been a while. Like you guys got one when you all got back safe from King's Landing, right? Like he does not smile often. He never has.
I have a question about the layout of the room. Can I throw grandfather out the window?
Roll for initiative.
Well, he's fit, I mean.
You'd have to fold him a few times. Kind of weird.
Okay,
I mean, he's
so
quite thin, so
then it's not worth it.
But yeah, so
Plus, if he lands on Lady Tolan, it's going to be a terrible mess, and it's not going to look good for me.
So yeah, grandfather not just smiles, but like almost grins. He says, "Your grandfather isn't dead yet. He's only been very busy. I'm proud of you, grandchildren. It has been a momentous week."
could I have that in writing?
And sure enough, still looking out the window, if you do, you see Maester Elston is greeting the lady, and Valena's out there also. But yeah, the Lady Nymela, and also the other daughter, Tiora, who's the younger daughter, is in attendance, and they're looking very formal at the head of the column of a couple dozen bodyguards. And so yeah, Maester Elston is out there giving them bread and salt. He totally in on it, knew that people were arriving. They are ready to receive these guests. And yeah.
I think like at the realization, Addam was going to let out a girlish squeal of delight. Like, ah!
And yeah, so grandfather will smile and he go, we have made 3 fine matches this week. The Lady Lena, of course, still approves of your match with Willis, and Lord Swan and Lady Toland have agreed as well to tie their houses by blood and marriage with House Nymerian.
Well, we ought to have a party.
I believe there's one in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't finished the current party, by the way.
Well, there's a current party? Oh, you're not talking about the one in your pants, are you? Please don't.
Oh no.
I mean, just the tournament we're having in your honor. It's all one big shindig.
I suppose yes. That does constitute a party.
We've had a week-long party, Adam.
We're literally out at your party now.
I mean, yeah, okay. I wasn't really counting it quite that way, but I see your point. Yes.
It's been days since I received any gifts. It stopped being my party anymore. It's become a chore. Like,
next time, plan one that won't bore me as much.
I just genuinely hadn't thought of it like that. So
everyone looked at me weird when I said that. I was like,
I definitely did not mean to seem ungrateful.
And grandfather says the Lady Iris has also spoken with me. She plans to announce her decision at the feast tonight. It would be seemly then if after the Nymerians wished to announce their own betrothal news while we had so important a gathering of our peers here at Wyvern's Rest.
Will you be doing the honors, grandfather?
I believe I'm rather parched. I haven't it in me anymore to speak with such volume to so large a feast. Let each Nymerian speak to their own betrothal, I think. And he gives each of you a kind of clearly conceding that ground gesture to the 3 eldest Nymerians, letting you all make your own betrothal announcements. Just a little scandalous, perhaps.
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal.
that's how we fly.
That is how we fly.
I like that version. That's good. We don't roll. That's like an alternate grade where we do not roll.
We do not roll. It'll be our. Okay. Well, Raina, who had been in a little bit of a shit mood, but was hiding it, is now in an excellent mood.
Yay!
This is all wonderful, and it's time to go and show off to our guests and enjoy a beautiful feast, and then show off to our guests some more.
Eat,
Uh,
drink, be
and-
merry, trash talk on those Ironwood traitors.
Uh,
You
grandfather.
guys know who sucks? The Ironwoods, right?
I mean, who used to?
Oh,
They don't exist anymore.
Oh, okay, I guess like the Lucases still
Yep.
technically exist. We can trash talk them.
And grandfather would gesture for the nearest of you to give him a little help up and out of the chair. And then the lot of you make your way down to dinner. Wait, was that an inhale because you were about to speak, Ash, or was it just?
I mean, kind of, but also just like, ugh. I was thinking that,
You touching an old man?
no,
Different. Sorry.
yeah.
Ooh,
if
touching
not,
it
okay.
all.
Wow.
Every time I think that we've like found the lowest point we can sink to, we find a new one.
Hey,
We
Ormond
exceed
deserves some love.
expectations on this stream.
quite. Yeah, I was thinking if no one desperately wants to be the one who helps Grandpa up, Adam will do that.
Yeah.
Luke is just staring at the window, terrified. So
Yeah, and
Luke's just like, why did she break so many soldiers? What? She didn't need all that. What's
for
going on?
hazing, basically.
when she was hypothetical, it was one thing, but now she's here with like people. It's very
It's
weird.
like a real person.
Yeah.
and yeesh. Well, since Adam has grandfather, I will take Luke's arm, gently turn him from the window.
If you wanted Grandfather, you can have him.
No, it's your birthday. I'm letting you be his escort.
You deal with
Normally it is
Grandpa.
right.
I'm busy.
We normally fight like this over Stannis. Like, you talk to him.
But I normally walk with grandfather and
Yeah, it's because I was planning on.
Are you leading me exactly like you do, Grandfather?
No, I didn't realize we were going straight down to dinner, so I'm gonna have to give him some bad news on the move. So I was thinking I should maybe like take his arm, or not take his arm, but like pick him up from the chair and then walk with him.
If you want to push me out the window, I'm moving out of the way.
No, just.
Well, I didn't say I recommend it. Just letting you know I've moved.
I think Adam would be too scared of Grandpa's ghost coming back to haunt him for it. But yeah, that was like my entire reasoning was so that we could kind of fall a little bit behind enough to not have a totally public conversation that might not go well.
well, then allow Bela and I to distract Luke and take him ahead.
Yeah, I guess maybe I like to think that like Raina and Adam as the kind of the people persons maybe have a kind of way to communicate through purely looks. Like
Bela and Raina already do that, so sure. What's adding another node to the connections?
Adam's been deciphering languages at some point, right? So he
Yeah,
can
he's
decipher
been learning.
that.
Yeah.
I've got like actual bonus dice in like code breaking and stuff now.
That's awesome.
So, all right, take it away, Adam. You are taking the social initiative here.
Yeah, because
Yeah, we're like walking it. We're like walking out of the room. So
yeah, just because basically it's like there's it's going to lead to there's. I don't want an awkward silence in the middle of dinner. Basically, when 3 announcements come and then Adam's just sitting like, what? Grandfather, I had hoped to come to you sooner to talk, but I see my time has run out. I feel I owe it to you to tell you that I don't intend to make an announcement tonight.
I know. Let's not talk about it now. We're having a good day.
All right.
And he gives you kind of a reassuring pat on the arm. Like, just, we don't need to worry about it tonight. Eh?
All right. Yeah, Adam's quite happy to leave it at that then,
Yep,
because
he
he's
seems to
like,
just shut it down. He's like,
That is officially sanctioned avoidance.
yes, officially sanctioned avoidance is good.
All right.
Yeah, the unofficial non-sanctioned avoidance was eating them up a fair bit. So like having some sanctioned avoidance as a treat is good. And we can, and I mean he's presuming that like he and Grandpa can argue about it tomorrow or something. But yeah, for tonight, off the hook. That's good. That'll do.
right. And then as Ash gets the menu ready, and as Adam is as grandfather, takes his seat up at the front and center of the high table, he gives Adam a look with a little bit of that same mischievous twinkle in his eye. And he goes, "Oh, but I did just remember. We will be discussing you at dinner after all." And then he sits and he scoots his little chair forward and he turns and starts talking to the Lady Olena.
Oh my God, he's been spending too much time with Elena.
It's rubbing off on him.
Uh-huh. He's just
This is-
throwing ass hard.
If I had a comeback for that, it would not be heard. So he's just sort of like gaping like a fish for a moment, like.
This is Grandpa in a good mood, having a good week.
Yeah.
You guys were all like, "I'm worried about Grandpa. He's so serious." And here's Grandpa not being quite so serious. You're like, "Fuck that old man. Let's kill him."
Yeah, this is some
Which is out of character.
no bullshit here. Like
Make
he
Rain Lord right
incapacitated
now.
all week until he's like, "Hey."
You know why I feel bad? Our parents, they had to put up with a young Grandpa Makar who probably did this shit all the time.
He was probably a lot more insufferable.
We probably do like practical jokes and shit everywhere.
Especially with like three sons. Like he goes easier on the girls. He seems to like take the piss out of the boys a lot more.
I'm sensing that as well.
But mind you, that was quite the jolly Jake he played on us there. That was a good one.
With
But yeah,
that,
okay, so like that's gonna like be anxiety inducing.
he knows.
It's
So
gonna be a dread.
with that, for full disclosure's sake, I didn't do the feast menu this time. It's all Ash, so he's gonna be taking point there. So we're gonna come back and we are gonna do the feast, and we will be kicking it off with what's the first course, Ash? Like what's is it hors d'oeuvres or is it aperitifs, or did you come up with some other term for the?
Just give me a second. Closing feast. It's I had amuse-bouche / aperitif because amuse-bouche is a French term, so that doesn't really exist in Westeros. But yeah,
A lot
an
of our
aperitif, I guess, yeah.
a lot of our dining terms kind of don't apply to Westeros because they don't really quite have frames.
Oh,
But we will be back with the aperitifs as we kick off the closing feast. We're going to take our quick break, and then we are going to describe a bunch of tasty food and have some announcements and some role playing and all kinds of stuff. So, viewers, make sure you grab you a snack before we sit down and Adam, as Ash unloads the menu while Adam writhes in anxiety all evening. So we will be back in a couple of minutes. Get you some food so you're not sitting here starving as we go through the food list, the menu, the wave after wave of sumptuous George R.R. Martin feast. We'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, everybody, welcome back. A couple of us are taking a little bit longer than we meant to grab some food, but that's important before a feast on this game. So bear with us.
Definitely.
Um,
I'm about to make you all very, very hungry.
yes, and Ash has also got some pizza coming on the way in real life. So if he has to run AFK real quick, everything's fine. It's grabbing pizza.
I promise not to torment you with my rich bounty.
Yeah.
I mean, my closing feast descriptions are already going to be
A lot.
hunger-inducing enough.
Yes. So we're gonna chill for a few minutes till everybody's back. But we thought we'd do a little, out of character hangout with viewers instead of it sitting on a dead screen for a couple more minutes. So if you guys have questions or whatever, like we're just killing
Or
a
if
couple
maybe
minutes.
we want to describe outfits or anything like that.
Like
I mean,
we
I
could
do
get a
have
little bit of
the
it.
outfits file open.
All right, Robert, are you back enough to be listening?
I am listening.
Okay, so
I'm
yeah,
wrapping
let's
up
go
on-
ahead. Let's go to outfits and stuff then. I wasn't sure if Robert was back like at all yet, but yeah, let's go ahead and we can describe outfits while Robert finishes stuffing his face with a burger that I don't
So
have,
good.
which is a crime. Let's
I made
kick
you
it
one,
off.
but you left it in the kitchen here. Just
Yeah,
you
well,
ignored it.
it's just a couple thousand miles away, or I don't know, something like that. Anyways,
It's a good burger. Well, it's reheated. It's not that good.
let's kick it off with Addam's outfit, so that if Ash has to run and go get pizza, he's already fancy dressed. So lay it on us. What's with Addam's fancy lad outfit for this clothing feast?
Fancy lads is a great way of putting it. I love it. Yeah, so he's gone with a sea green like wraparound linen tunic, kind of like the same cut that you see Oberyn Martell wear in the shows. Just like it's kind of like a robe, but it's like active. And it's got like close-fitting sleeves. It comes like almost to his ankles, and it kind of below the belt it sort of splits into four, so it's kind of airy and mobile and billows nicely. And it's embroidered with silver thread, like seaweed and seashell motif, with little silver seahorses. It's got like a big open neckline, and the hems are like all kind of foamy with mirrish lace, and like there's like a little kind of diamond-shaped panel of lace on the upper arms. So it's nice and airy, I guess. And like turquoise linen breeches, and that are kind of laced up the side, that makes them kind of easier to get on and off with his bad leg. And blue moleskin shoes with like slightly pointed toes, just to be nice and medieval. So it kind of makes like the whole outfit kind of goes from kind of very light blue to a much darker blue at the shoes, so it kind of has like a nice sort of sea-themed gradient to it, and it kind of makes him just look a little bit taller. And he's wearing his favourite ring on his left index finger, which is the kind of the silver one set with an opal of obscene size, and it's accompanied by a ring on the little finger of the right hand that's just a thin silver band with a pearl in it. And around his neck he's wearing a delicate silver chain set with pearls, and there's one of the links is a little small silver trident, in reference to House Manderley, where he squired for the Master at Arms there, Sir Marlon. So it's a kind of combination of the two kind of oceanic parts of his kind of personality. So he's got House Manderley, and he's also got House Valerian, which is his mother's house, in the little silver seahorses.
All right, good luck, everybody.
Wow.
Try to sound cool after that.
I'm sorry.
Who wants to go next?
I'll go.
All right,
I'll go
Baylor the
next.
Bold steps up.
Yeah. So I'm sort of going to be adopting one of the images that was posted in the Discord by Ash yesterday. So there's like 3 really beautiful dresses that have like
yeah,
big
yeah.
Nymerian style. And so I'm gonna, basically the second of the three is the dress that Bela is going to be wearing. Actually,
Wow.
I should have thought about this beforehand to be able to put it up on the screen. But essentially, so standard Nymerian sort cloth where it's very light and flowy. The dress on top is has like a plunge all the way down to the waist, so that it's very revealing. There is it's a like the gray that's in Nymerian colors is sort of the base cloth for the whole dress, and from the waist down it is light and flowy with two long slits right up the front of her legs, where the centerpiece is long but very embroidered, almost like a tapestry. And on there, it's very decorative style in Nymerian colors of like red and a really beautiful pattern up through that center section. Whereas the rest of the remaining skirt part of the dress is kind of more plain and simple, but just flowy in that grayish Nymerian color. She's wearing a necklace that's really long and dangly to kind of accent some of her assets. And
Open.
yeah, since it's very open in the center, that's where the necklace is and hanging down to draw attention, if you might say. And her hair is done up in like a wrapped braid around the back, so almost like a really fancy bun, but it's like a wrapped braid with some thread going from either side back in Nymerian red to clash against her dark black hair.
We're 2 for 2 on looking pretty fly. Raina or Luke, who is up next?
I don't have anything too fancy. I think it's too far ahead for this. But Luke will be wearing his kind of lightweight silks in mostly the silver, nothing too heavy. He's dressed nicely, but he's not wearing any particular jewelry or anything. So
Really?
what?
I needed time. I forgot the plan which was wearing to this freaking shindig.
That's all I got. I didn't think about it.
All right.
I have a whole Pinterest board that's just Raina inspiration, and it's just got clothes and jewelry in it.
I keep forgetting to link you to the Reina inspiration board that I've got as well, so you can add more to yours.
The gown that she is wearing is, it's wyverns, it's Nymerian wine or red, and that dark red, and I know that much. It is also, it's a drapey type of dress, where it's almost like a halter, where it comes around the neck and then drapes down the front and leaves the back bare, and like a low flow of fabric. But there are strands of like tiny, like jewelry, but it's little not gems, but like little balls, little tiny beads that are strung across the her back, like and it's very shiny and it moves with her. But it's gold, which is not usually her thing. Usually she does silver. But the colors of High Garden are gold and green, right?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Bailey found the dress.
Yeah, I found the dress to put up there. So that's what I was describing for Bela.
Yeah.
Okay, let me turn that on.
Mine's more of a
So-
hybrid of a couple of different things I found. So,
It's just like, quick, everybody, look at the titties. Give me more time. Like,
Well, I can throw it back up if we
like-
want.
like,
There you go.
jewelry-wise, she's wearing her hair is up, so you can see how her back being all bare except for the jewels, and but instead of it being like intricate braids and all piled up, it's just very artfully tousled looking. It is an updo, however.
so, have either of you twins who are particularly showing off big expanses of Dornish landscape here, you are also warrior women. Have you got any notable scars that are on display, or are you like pointedly showing body parts that don't have those reminders of past battles?
Oh, you know, that's
Like with some of the injuries and wounds that y'all have, and it could just be you haven't really placed any of them mentally. But I was just wondering if you were highlighting, avoiding, or just, hey, if there's a scar there, there's a scar there. With your choices of which body parts were, you know, because like Bela is very pointedly showing off the front and some leg. Raina's like very specifically showing off her back, even with hair out of the way. Like, is that for a like martial psychological reason, or is it just showing some skin for Dornish fashion?
I hadn't really thought of where any scars would be for Bela. I'm sure she has some. And I think in her mind, she's not purposely like highlighting them, and she's definitely not hiding either. So I think it's just wherever they happen to be on her. If it sticks through in this dress, it sticks through, and if not, it doesn't. So it's kind of
So just more of a matter of fact, hey, it's part of who I am. You know, you're not highlighting them to show off, you know, Amazon warrior womanness, but you're also not hiding them to look softer or whatever.
right.
Just
Yeah,
matter of factly, like, hey, whatever.
exactly.
I got scars.
I think there could be times when she would purposely want to show them off, but I think
Right, like that's kind of what I was like. I wonder if it.
I think in this instance, she isn't trying to show them off. Like perhaps when we were at King's Landing, trying to show off in like that very first opening feast, maybe to show that she's earned some scars and such. I think you could say that she might have chosen her first dress there to have displayed some of that, to show that she was a warrior.
Not your average northern maiden.
Right.
Gotcha. How about Raina? Kind of same thing.
Kind of the same thing.
Okay.
Scars aren't anything to be ashamed of, but they're just what happens when when you fight, and having them on display has some psychological warfare purposes. but I don't know about her back. Like, I could see having something around the shoulder from maybe falls, taking multiple falls from horseback, because I'm sure they took plenty throughout training and fighting and all of that.
Because I don't personally recall out of character now months or a year or more removed where some of the wounds or injuries have been. Like I know Addam got shot by an arrow, but also Addam isn't in a daring slit leg gown or whatever. So it's like I was just wondering if that might have been factoring into the fashion choices.
Yeah, I mean, he got shot in the side, not the chest. So like,
Yeah,
even a very low cut robe isn't going to show that.
The main thing I have in my head about this gown is the back, the jewelry that's part of the dress across her back. That's like the main visual hook that I had for this gown.
Sure.
And and just kind of the toganess of it, where it's very drapey, and there's no zippers or anything, no fast, not zippers, but no buttons or
Vel-
laces.
she got that Velcro fam.
Right?
Super
It's like
sexy.
it all came from one piece
This
of
is you
fabric.
out of Old Town.
Yeah. But
Brand
yeah,
new.
it's
Brand new.
pretty- so yeah, mostly it's just that kind of flowing, diaphanous.
Right, and there's
yeah.
side boob, because of the way the way it drapes across the front, you know. Whereas Bayla's got the cleavage, Raina's got the side boob tonight. It's almost like they plan these things.
We need another sister to do underboob. And we'll have the Trinity.
Maybe a stand.
Yeah,
Well,
say Elia.
I mean, Belena's technically going to be like 3 of our sisters.
Oh, she might have the underboob.
Maybe.
We can't help but let it get a little weird. Westeros. So,
I'm trying to like think of a dress that could actually like pull off an underboob without it looking
Tight, like strappy, like.
yeah, like that, or
like
trash.
Emma Frost has probably done it at some point. Like I'll be surprised if you can't find Emma Frost underboob and get some inspiration. So like I'm sure it's possible, at least in comic physics.
Yeah,
But
it's just hard to imagine a fancy underboob dress.
right, yeah,
Right.
Like, it's
Side boob,
the,
cleavage
this is
boob.
this is the fancy underboob ensemble. So all right, everybody is dressed appropriately. Lord Makar himself is in a it's kind of a similar tunic that is almost a robe, that in my head at least is a very Dornish style, and his is that deep wine red, like throughout, but then his jewelry and like the belt are gold and silver. So like the outfit, which is like it's like a couple layers, almost kimono style, but it's all just like red on red on red. But then all the little other stuff is the kind of silver and gold from the Nymerian colors. So very just kind of understated, classy, and also he is the Blood Royal. So maybe he's leaning on the red a little bit to remind everybody of his recent title.
Formation.
So but everybody is dressed nice. Oris is in his fancy outfit, the one that Addam bought him. The Sand Snakes are in clean clothes. These two aren't the fancy dressing kind. There are some Sand Snakes that dress very, very well, but it's not them.
Kinds of sand stakes.
Yeah, these two are in clean clothing,
These are the
but
feral
it's
ones.
still just their normal stuff. Kind of rugged travel clothes that are probably a couple points of armor, right? Like up to like the padded leather level of stuff. They're dressed up.
Out of curiosity, is Sorella still here, or did she take off already?
Sorella is still here. She's just kind of been fading in the background a lot. You've seen her walking the halls mostly since the archery contest, almost always with a different book in hand. So you think maybe grandfather's just been kind of letting her read while she's here, and she's just kind of been idle most of the week that you have seen. But yeah, she's here, and she's dressed in comfortable traveling clothes, not quite as rugged as the other two Sand Snakes that are present, that are both a little more martial. Elia and Obara are both very distinctly martial Sand Snakes, whereas she is much less so. All the guests are dressed appropriately, knights and lords. Most of them seem to have had a new outfit set aside. for tonight. The lords in particular aren't wearing the same things multiple times this week. You notice that Renly is wearing the Baratheon yellow, but it's highlighted here and there by what could be Tyrell green. So he's almost in green and gold instead of yellow and black. He is wearing yellow and black, but he has some green mixed in, which, again, out of character, symbolically, Renly is almost a stag prince, symbol of spring, fertility type of thing. So the green kind of suits him. It's a green and growing stuff, but it does give him a little bit of a resemblance to some of the Reach folks that he arrived with. What else? It's probably all the like notable ones. I'd say everyone's just kind of wearing what they're expecting or expected to wear.
Yeah, it goes without saying that Beric Dondarrion is going to be wearing a fancy cape because it's what he does.
Actually, he has on two. Yeah, no, it's just one. So yeah,
No, Beric
everybody.
capes.
Yeah. So everybody's fancy looking, and appropriate for their station and status. So yeah, where do you all want to sit? You can sit up front, at the table with Grandfather Makar and the Lady Olenna and Lord Stannis, who are and Lord Renly. Those four are the highest ranked.
No way, I'll say next to Stannis.
But
Take one for the team.
it's also, it's Dorne. Things are a little more relaxed. So you guys can mingle with other, groups if you want. So just kind of idly, who are people sitting with in the cafeteria at lunch?
I think initially I will sit at the head table for the aperitifs.
Yes.
Symbolically at the beginning of the meal to be with family and head of the house.
Sure, get that cover shot for the magazine that shows everybody up there. Sure.
Yeah.
Luke.
Unifying shot.
Is Lady Valena here?
Yes, Lady Valena is. She is
Her
sitting.
mother here.
She is sitting with the Lady Nymelia Toland and her daughter Tiora Toland. Tiora looks like Valena, but about 5 years younger. The Lady Nymelia looks like Valena, but about 25 years older. And in my head, I'm picturing her kind of Michelle Pfeiffer-y, but with more red in the hair. None of them are like flame red. They're all like a reddish blonde type of. They're not like fantasy or comic book red hair, right? Where it's almost comically, red. But yeah, I'm picturing her as. It occurred to me in my head, like kind of Michelle Pfeiffer from, Ant-Man and the Wasp era. Even though I know that Michelle Pfeiffer in real life is older, she's very well preserved. She's Michelle Pfeiffer. But yeah, so I'm picturing just kind of that look. And yeah, the Tolands are sitting together at a table with no one else particularly close by.
I think I will approach that table, even though I think I also want to run away.
Yeah, they've got knives. Like, this is a dinner table.
I can run pretty fast.
Yeah. All right.
She just sat like.
So yeah.
I will introduce myself to Lady Toland.
Tiora, for her part, has a very courtly fan out that she is just blushing and giggling behind and going, and making faces at her sister like, oh, so this is him, okay, and being very, kind of blushy 14 to 15-year-oldish. The Lady Nymelia stands very politely because a member of the host house is visiting her and blah blah, but she stands and gives you a polite little bow slash curtsy, and holds out a hand for a shake, and is very stiff and formal until the moment that that's done, right? Like the hands touch for a handshake.
Yeah, and for Luke's part, this is as formal as he's ever been in his life.
And but yeah, she breaks kind of as soon as the formalities are done, and like okay, we can officially like we have been formal and stiff and polite, and she breaks into a big smile, and starts kind of faintly cooing about gorgeous grandchildren, and just starts to
it's worse
kind
I
of
ever imagined.
yep. So yeah, she immediately is cheerful and welcoming and flattering.
And Luke will thank her, for making the trip and do the niceties, but also just try not to blush too hard and sit down with them.
All right. What about Raina and Adam? Who are we hanging out with? At least for the appetizers.
For the appetizers, I'll be at the family table.
Yeah, like Addam has a small speech prepared for the closing feast, so the top table is the place to be for that at least.
Okay.
He's not gonna move around until after that at least.
All right then. Well, with that then, let's hand the reins to Ash. Now that the stage is set, and we know where people are sitting and how fancy they're dressed, take it away.
So, before the first course brought out, Addam stands up and holds out his wine glass. And says, I want to thank you all once again for coming. It has been a pleasure to host you. I know that when our company is so mixed between kingdoms and houses, with long, storied and sometimes conflicted histories, there can be tensions. But I'm pleased that peace has prevailed this week and friendship, and I thank each of you for conducting yourselves with dignity and grace. I hope that when you depart from here, that you do so with good memories of your time at Wyvern's Rest, and it is my fond hope that we shall have cause to meet again in friendship before too long. And he holds his glass up higher. A toast to all of you, to Wyvern's Rest, to the realm and all who protects its people.
All right, you are enthusiastically toasted back by your guests. You get a couple hears and but not like uproarious cheering that's inappropriate. Just a couple, I'll drink to that and hears and to the realm and few little supplementary toasts. But that's pretty well received as toasts go.
Cool. So the first course is minty lemony rice stuffed vine leaves. That was not an elegant description, but it's vine leaves stuffed with rice that's been seasoned with mint and lemon, and accompanied by a fashionable new drink from Bravos called a Genever, and it's called Seven Heavens Genever. In real life, it's like the very early precursor to gin. So this drink's got seven. It's all themed around the seven botanical ingredients infused in it. It has juniper berries, coriander seeds, whole pink peppercorns, rosemary, angelica, lemon, myrtle, and lavender. So it's very kind of floral and fragrant and clean tasting, and it's garnished with lime peel and star anise. So like just very refreshing start to the feast.
Is that mixed with anything, or is it more like a small drink?
Yeah, it's like a small sippy cup.
Okay, good.
Kind of thing. Yeah.
It's all right. Take a full martini and kick this off.
Chug.
It's not like tiny, like shot glass size. It is like not probably like kind of cocktail sized, like small glass of wine sized kind of thing.
Okay. Like
And that you
dessert
can
wine
mix it with water
size.
if you want. But the whole idea is to, you know, drink it and get a bit drunk. But yeah, this is some of the fancy shit that that Addam ordered in because he wanted to show off.
Now I want to go and pour myself a shot of gin.
So yeah, that's what's being started.
I'm going to try the drink suspiciously.
Yeah, it's like deliberately quite exotic. So it's a lot.
Yeah, most people do. There's some kind of hesitant first sips. Oris doesn't. He tosses his whole like stuffed grape leaf, like the two of them together that you get, and in one gulp, washes it down, and is like, done. Let's do this. Round 2. Well, that's kind of strong. Oh, whatever. Right? But most people
I
are very.
imagine him
you know-
putting his hand down like he's buzzing in on Jeopardy to get the first answer.
But most people are appropriately nibbling at the appetizers and
Yeah.
commenting about, oh, the lemon is refreshing. You know, most of them are being the judges on Chopped. You just have a couple guests that aren't. And it
Yeah,
rather.
like, I mean, we're not going to leave like a big gap, but because like the first 2 courses are quite small, they're going to be fairly close together, so people aren't going without for too long.
Rather worrisomely to Addam, you notice that though they're sitting a few tables away, the strongboar is facing Oris, and he sure gobbled his down pretty quickly too.
Uh-oh.
It looks like it might be turning into a race, but it might just be the big dudes eating fast.
Yeah.
We see you took 2 chews. I did only 1.
Fucking amateur. Yeah, they're.
I gave it a comment. Good.
Yeah, Addam doesn't want to have to go down and have a word, but he, like, it would also be
I
totally
will
on
have
brand.
a word.
Or slow down, you'll get indigestion.
But yeah.
As we try to round up my table, I do want to comment to everybody. You know, I suspect due to my brother being raised in the North, there's not going to be another ghost pepper eating contest.
Oh, ye have so little faith.
Prove me wrong, brother.
Well, the contest was a midweek fun activity.
Yeah, that wasn't officially part of a feast. And Tiora is Tiora is very. I don't want to say that she is eschewing the warrior woman stereotype, but it does look like she's casting the occasional glance past you lot at the Reach Maidens and is kind of eating like they eat. So if if they are cutting their thing in half first, she's doing that, or like she's not comically aping them, but you can tell that she has either been raised to be or just has, for her own reasons, leaned into a little bit of a more traditional Westerosi feminine role. That could be because she's the second born and she's expecting to marry outside of Dorne. So maybe she's been raised to be a little more delicate and less warrior womany. Who knows? But you do notice that, sitting with her. The Lady Nymella is much like Valena and your sisters, kind of in between, right? Like they've got table manners. But if somebody does want to throw down and start eating peppers, like we could throw down and start eating some, but you do notice that Tiora is a little bit more of a, kind of traditional eating like the girls in King's Landing, right? Is kind of, she's kind of checking and trying to fit in with that crowd a little bit. Most people are eating, precisely as expected, though.
She sounds adorable.
It is, knights and lords and ladies. So yeah, there's polite conversation with that mild surprise that the rice has been very well spiced, and little stuff like that, and a couple comments on the drink. There's a few people that don't seem terribly fond of it. Mostly the younger and daintier side of your crowd are just like, oh, that's a little stronger than I was expecting, or that flavor is what I'm not used to. Most of the nights are just like new booze, yeah, right? Like sure, let's try this. This associate stuff's good. So yeah, the appetizer round goes pretty smoothly and largely as expected, I imagine.
Excellent. Would you
One
like-
quick note that I did forget. Iris Dannett is also at the family table as the kind of guest of honor, as it's her marriage rights thing. I just wanted to mention she was up there, not just
right.
Olenna Stannis Renly.
Sure.
I just had not mentioned it initially. So
She's gonna
all
run
right,
away as Stannis, and it's gonna be a big twist.
he has seduced her with his charm and wit and sense of humor.
Well,
Yeah.
he's ignored her I assume ignored her all week, which is what
Yeah.
she wants out of us. So
When he's such a famous rake,
So onward to what's next.
Yeah, so like this is, if there were any sort of apprehensions about the first course, then this one's probably going to allay those, because it is skewers of spicy pork sausage full of paprika and garlic, and wedges of potato and egg frittata, with green and red peppers, onion, spinach, and peas, accompanied by pillowy flatbreads with caraway and nigella seeds, accompanied by a full-bodied Nimerian Reserve red wine or Golden Reach Summer Ale.
How full of paprika and garlic?
Like
Dornish
Not-
sausages, or just enough to be
Not-
like,
yeah, like just like at the spicy end of Westerosi, but like not in the same league as
Okay.
Cornish
Uh,
spicy.
so like,
the
Medium.
temperature scale goes from White Harbor to Sunspear.
so it's
So where are we at?
so
I
it's
suppose we're kind of I suppose at the southern end of the reach kind of level, I guess.
sure.
Um,
So yeah,
it's more about warmth than pain. If you know what I mean.
so yeah, then that goes over well, because they have gotten some Dornish food all week. So most of the guests have kind of gotten over their fear of flavor.
As
and
one last power move, everything should have just been loaded with
yeah,
peppers.
they are
I'm
over.
curious. Adam doesn't want the guests to be upset.
Yeah. So yeah, people dig in heartily, and yeah, just it goes off pretty well because like that all sounds pretty tasty to me, and also with the potato frittata thing, you're kind of stretching out the amount of food on the plate enough that even if the sausage is spicy, it'll be fine. So yeah, people are digging in with gusto at this point. And it's meat and potatoes. They're here for it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Quite tasty.
Yeah, it was just like show off something like exotic, and then bring them home to something more familiar, but just different enough to be interesting. Yeah.
Oh no, it tastes good,
I'm like that sounds good to me.
right?
Yeah, and this isn't like another quick round of food. This is meant to last for a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's like this is like there's like a kind of a gradual kind of increase in how substantial it is, and then there's like a little lull in the middle and so on. Yeah, I'm trying not to make it short things. There's stuff that takes more time.
Let's all start a fight and not eat anything else.
Is it
Oh, this sounds good.
is it like a full sausage link, or is it like sliced up so smaller pieces, or what are we?
Keep in mind who our guests are. They might make innuendos.
Yeah, I think just because it looks fancier, like it'll be like a whole sausage, but it's a spiral. It's one of the like.
Okay,
like
so spiral cut, so there's no penis jokes going on.
or at least Or at least it takes more effort to make one.
I was.
I'm just imagining Elia eating one, glaring at Oris.
That is exactly why I was asking. Was Elia was gonna be like, like trying to get Oris's attention, and failing. But
Elia.
And then Edward Dane is glaring at her like, oh.
yeah, but yeah,
But
if
you
it's
ruined it.
if it's been spiral cut, that's too much effort. So, but yeah, it just goes over without incident. Then,
Wow.
just
I
tasty
like
food.
spoiling her fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did it on purpose. He foresaw this event and was like, no, you know what?
Like Ash is hurriedly changing the menu. Well, now the fourth, now the fifth course doesn't come with dildos. Like,
Damn it.
It's an entirely different kind of party.
Like-
Just keep away from the peppers.
Elia ruined it for everybody.
Only takes one.
So yeah, that one.
Your sex tape only takes one.
I'm sorry, everybody. There were going to be dildos, but you got ruined. I won't name names.
So yeah, your guests dig in with appropriate gusto. It's a little bit inappropriate gusto from a few guests. Your Alicent Mormonts, your Oris, your Strongboar. A couple of them are just like, right, and they're just kind of wolfing it down because that's how they show that they like the food.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I have a quick question, and this is just because out of character but family character. Is Brian here?
Bran.
Who?
Bran is here.
Brian?
Yeah, Brienne of Tarth. Yeah, she's at the feast.
Cool.
She's being very kind of stiff and uncomfortable.
That sounds right.
Like you do.
Very interested in her, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, I just like the character, and
She's cool.
you know,
She's way cool.
and she's very awkward in social settings, which makes it even more fun to know.
Yeah. She is trying to copy how Renly eats. Like that's clearly what you see going on. Is like however he does it must be right. So like that's the table manners that she's trying to copy. Whereas most of your guests are, like not very concerned with.
Yeah.
So yeah, that course. Alicent Mormont does turn a little bit red in the face, and lean over and whisper something to Robert Frey, and he gets about half of her plate because she's like, "What's that?" But she takes his drink in exchange, so everything's fine.
Good.
She's definitely your northiest guest. So to her, she's like,
Northiest.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bear Island is probably like the most northerly place that any guest is from.
yeah. Well, I mean, Mance Raider is secretly one of your guests. I just haven't told you.
He's
guys-
always doing that.
You just haven't noticed. He's way south of the wall, most daring king of the north ever.
Dude, what are you doing here?
He's always doing this stuff,
Yeah.
you know?
That's Mance.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, you.
So yeah, that course goes over pretty well because it sounds tasty to me.
At the end of that course, and right before the next ones are starting to come out, Bela is going to get up and move over to join Sir Balin and all of the Stormline contingent.
The Stormliners aren't all sitting together.
Oh, okay.
You actually have a couple of the Riverlanders have mingled.
Well, I will make it
over
easier
there,
and
so
say
you-
I'll go wherever Sir Balin is.
Sure. And Sir Balin is with Red Ronnet Connington. Those two are kind of peers. Red Ronnet is the head of his house, but that's still only a Sir after John Connington and the rebellion and stuff. So like those two tend to kind of be nigh equals. But yeah, you guys are able to notice here towards the end that people aren't quite as sequestered apart from one another as they were. In particular, I'm not going to go down like the whole list, but you notice that some of the folks that clashed in the melee are sitting together and eating. Not just with their teammates, but like, hey, that was a good hit, and then they're hanging out together at dinner. So it looks like you guys have been doing a pretty good job with mingling. But yeah, it is easy enough to spot your I guess he's not a paramour, because that's got implications in Dorne. Like he's not your
My betrothed.
extramarital. Like, yeah, just it's gonna be
Betrothed?
but he's not quite betrothed yet because you guys haven't announced it. So
Oh, yes.
he's just your boyfriend. I don't know, like what the term is. But yeah, so
My
it's easy enough to spot
betrothed
him.
to be.
Yeah.
Right,
Touch
yeah.
the heart.
How
Oh.
scandalous.
Purple.
So yeah, you guys are hanging out. And young Edmund Blackwood, the squire, is there, along with Garrus Drinkwater. So like those members of the Riverlands team are hanging out with Balin and Red Ronnet, and just everyone's in a good mood, and they immediately scooch over as needed to make room for you next to Balin, who blushes just a bit, and he's like, she might have wanted to sit next to one of you lot. Like, you don't know for sure. But then he scoots and makes sure you've got room right next to him.
Oh.
Any other movement going on during this stage? Reyna staying with the big kids or what?
I think, yeah, I think Adam's gonna move,
She
well,
come
I don't know
over
if he has
here.
to move, actually. I suppose it depends on how close he is to, like, I didn't think about where we were seated, but, like, he wants to, like, hang out with Renly for a bit.
Yeah, that's absolutely possible. You could have taken a seat next to Renly at the high table.
Okay, I guess he doesn't move then, but, yeah.
Alrighty. Reyna?
I will circulate and be sociable and outgoing and a little smug.
I'm over here because I'm scared.
I actually will go over there to introduce myself to the lady of Ghost Hill. And, I mean, I'm not going to, like, hang around and embarrass my brother on purpose.
Oh.
He does that enough. He does.
I'm just going to introduce
So-
myself.
Okay, so Reyna's mostly mingling, introduce herself to Lady Nymella, and then just kind of is floating and being a charming hostess with a bit of an edge. Okay. But nobody
Yeah,
in particular that you're haunting or whatever.
I want to make absolutely sure that that I greet our cousins and that I
This is one course, please. Slow down.
sorry.
You don't have to go. Like, you don't have to go everywhere at once.
I am
Yeah.
curious, while Reyna is doing the rounds, is she snubbing Barrick?
Decided yet.
Okay, so you
I'm
haven't
not gonna
gone.
snub him.
You haven't gone to Barrack yet. We'll just
Right.
say. Okay.
Mhm.
Because yeah, like this is just one course, but you're making the rounds a little bit.
Okay.
Debating it.
All right. What's next up on our hit parade of delicious food that I don't get to eat in real life?
Wait. There's not food
Right.
coming?
Yeah, like Ash didn't call Grubhub for each of us and order us any of this stuff from appropriate restaurants in our region that match the menus. So yeah, we're just gonna be
that would
hungry,
a
I guess.
hell of that would be a hell of a job.
enjoy your pizza,
Right.
Ash. We're fine.
I haven't
for
got.
your- for
I-
your-
I got to eat my little box of tater tots and that's it. My pizza's sitting going cold in front of me. as
For
we
your
speak.
next round of Five Guys, I guess, or whatever gives by you.
Yeah, just whatever you get. So all right, what is up next?
So it's a soup course. There's two soups. One is mulligatawny, just a curried soup with tamarind, some red chilies, garlic, and fenugreek. Like not loads of red chilies, just like enough to make it warm. It's topped with like very finely chopped fresh apple, which kind of gives it like a little sweet note and kind of cools it a bit. Or the other option is chilled gazpacho, which is like a cold red pepper soup with black garlic croutons, and they're both served with dark oat bread. The drink that goes with that is a very dry, citrusy white wine from Lemonwood, or like a kind of spicier, tannic red from the most southerly area of the Nameday vineyards.
There is a brief bit of consternation as Oris just keeps going, either one, I don't care, when offered the choice of soups. And eventually a haggard and hassled-looking servant, after a brief discourse, just gives him one of each, which might have been what he was after all along. You notice that as the soup descriptions don't
When
get
it comes to food,
finished-
Oris is the why not both guy.
when soup descriptions are begun, you notice that the Fossaway contingent cuts off their servant when they hear apple. They're like, yeah, that one. And then none of them eat the actual soup. Like, they scrape the apples off, and the rest of it, they're like, whoo, that's too spicy for me. But they make the mistake of just stopping at apple, those Fossaway boys. And the strong cider ends up finishing like half of their soups for them, because he's absolutely used to Dornish fare and, a bit of chili or paprika or whatever. So that might be why he's sitting with his family, is because he figured he could take about half their food through the course of the night. But they are also just getting along better. But yeah, for the most part, everybody just enjoys. And
Robert, to answer your question, it's like the mulligatawny is like a 2 out of 5 chili scale.
I don't understand. Gotta put it in the scale we discussed.
You said
White
White
Harbor
Harbor
to
to
Sunspear.
Sunspear.
Well,
The
Yeah.
Maesters have determined this scale, and I want to respect it.
I just like you didn't
The
give me time
Riverland.
to work.
Like,
You didn't give me time to work out a matrix for this. I had some conspiracy wall. You could have told me 2 weeks ago, and I'd have done it. But
All right, so
you
say
didn't.
it sounds like a 2 out of 5 would be like a river run. Like, it sounds like a 0 would be White Harbor, and then like Twins, River Run, Casterly Rock, Storm's End, Sunspear, right? Like roughly, let's say like that's our 1 to 5. So sounds like middle of the road. Let's go somewhere in the Riverlands.
Thank you for playing along, Rusty.
You're
It's
welcome.
just mostly just warm, but with a little bit of bite. But
Yeah.
it's like, but the
We
slice.
get an alien language, but the river one thing I get.
Right. We thought you.
Ah!
Now I'm
Fine.
picturing one of the maesters, like standing next to a map as each course is served, and they're like, pointing out on this map of
Maester
Westeros.
Ferris can invent this along with his will.
Right? Yeah, it's gonna be his claim to fame.
Alright, I will stop talking now.
The
I
7
apologize.
Kingdoms heat scale for exotic dishes.
Oh, that's the obvious. It should just be per kingdom, right? It shouldn't be. It's so perfect.
So yeah, both of those soups again sound good to me. So you have a pretty even split amongst guests. I just thought the Fossaway thing would be kind of funny if they're like, oh no, yeah, the apple one, yeah, because they don't know the rest of those words.
Yeah, like Adam's going for like. Adam's like, well, this like, I engineered this entire thing. I'm gonna have a little bit of everything because I can. So he's got like the little half portion of each kind of thing going
Gotcha.
on. Definitely not a full portion of each. He's like,
Yeah.
he's only a normal person sized.
I will be going with the mulligatawny soup and the wider of the two wines, so it's like kind of like balance between the drink and the spice forward soup.
Yes.
Yeah, and I will also get the
Sounds
spicy
yummer.
soup and the house wine.
Right. And also the bread's a big hit because that it's bread.
Yeah.
Everybody likes bread.
Mm.
And
It's true.
the dark bread is like perfect for sopping up
Yeah,
the
like with the
last
soup.
little bit.
Yeah, it's quite a dense one.
Yeah.
All right, I wasn't hungry until that description, and then I got hungry again, and I just ate. So that's pretty impressive.
Oh God, and I think it's probably going to get like more enticing as it goes along, because this is just like a lot of this is like pleasing the guests who have like different palates, but like there is more look friendly stuff coming up. Quite soon.
I feel like you're confusing a little bit of my trolling for Luke. So
Oh, I see. Okay.
So yeah, that also goes over pleasantly with the guests. There are a few, as appropriate throughout the week, comments on the spice level, but they're complimentary comments of like, hey, like this is these are exotic spices. They're this is good stuff. More so than the oh god, it's too hot, because they've had a week to get a little acclimated and appreciate the Dornish palate.
Like Adam's also, I think, like more conscious of those kind of different palettes and trying not to go too far, basically.
But yeah, so that course also goes over quite well. Everybody seems to be enjoying it, having a good time, and yeah.
It's weird not having the like choose a number each course and something happens. That I keep going like, oh shit, what's about to happen? Ah, but nothing.
It's up to you lot with the role play, but for the most part, you guys had a pretty tame week.
oh, Felicia, I love the shirt.
It's my Captain Marvel.
Yeah. By the way, her current comic run's really good. I started reading that not that long ago, and it's fucking fantastic.
It is fantastic.
Captain Marvel could 100% steal my girl, and I wouldn't be mad.
Nah, right?
She could steal me.
Mm-hmm.
She has that effect on people.
But yeah, for the record, you guys just did a good enough job this week. The last hurdle was the melee, was whether you backed Willy Will and keeping some of the troublemaking Dornish out. But like you guys have done a good enough job this week that there's not a lot of trouble planned. So like it's not too late. If you really wanted to start a fight, you could. But you guys
And you know who sucks? That Loris guy.
you guys would have to work for it though at this point.
Yeah, Adam's not drunk enough to get in a fight.
Elliot totally beat him in that race the other night.
Didn't even make it to the final, whatever position I was in the melee, fifth or something.
Oh, let's not. Oh, let's not and say we didn't.
And I bet that speaks to his character as a man too.
I bet so. I bet so. We may pull the pin on that grenade, but we're not going to do it right now.
Yeah, once you pull out the pin, Mr. Grenade is no longer your friend.
That's
Oh,
fair.
well, you're fine.
And it's an adage that works well for me.
So all right, what's the next delicious course that's gonna make me want to eat dinner early?
Oh, I'm doing myself out of game time here. Yeah, it's the fish/seafood course. Salmon fillets rubbed with dill oil and baked in a square parcel of flaky golden pastry. Each parcel features a little pastry sigil on top because that was a cool move at King's Landing, so Adam is copying it. So according to the house or personal sigil of the guest, they're getting a little pastry sigil on their fish parcel.
Yay!
Served with herby fingerling potatoes, so like little they're small and long potatoes, and lightly charred asparagus sprinkled with lemon juice, cloves of roasted garlic, and flaked almonds right before serving. And that's with arbor gold or an elderflower cordial.
All right,
Is mine
so
the
the
house sigil or my personal sigil?
If you have
Yeah.
a personal, if anyone who has a personal sigil gets their personal sigil.
Wow.
Wow.
so the servants are a little flustered this round.
Yeah, they're like, where's everyone at? Holy
And it's
shit!
partially because the people aren't, kind of sequestered together by region the way they were expecting. But, a couple of people get their plates a little bit later. There is almost a moment when the wrong Baratheon gets the wrong sigil. But you are, because a couple of you are still sitting up there at the table, or at least because Addam in particular is, you're able to do a quick head shake, and nobody spots it as they almost give Stannis's fish to Renly.
Oh
Which,
god, that would be so bad.
so they, and it's easy because their sigils are
But-
pretty similar, and
Before anyone eats anything on my table, I'm gonna look to Lady Valeda and say, Lady Valeda, would you care to trade?
Aww. Like, what is it? Poison or something?
That was my plan the whole time.
it is Dorn. She will give a bit of a smirk and just slide her plate over towards you, and it goes, yes, mine looks a bit too much like mother and sisters, and that one looks tastier, and yeah, a little bit of a smile, and yeah.
She thinks dragon looks tasty. Sorry, I'm lowering the tone.
I outcompeted her family members. Yes. Luke will nod and trade with her.
Oh, that's very sweet.
Yeah, and everybody's about halfway through the eating when Allison goes, "Oh, it's a fucking bear!" Like she just hadn't noticed the little extra pastry thing. She was busy digging in on the potatoes and
Some
stuff.
servant worked for like 4 fucking hours on that. She went,
Right,
"Oh."
and she
That's slaved away with her fair hands.
so yeah, like she's like halfway through eating, and then she spots it. Yeah, you can't help but
Allison.
as per orders from either Addam or Bessa, Oris has 2 fish fillets with the aurochs artfully balanced atop them both.
Nice.
And yeah, the
It's like he's hollow. It's like his entire body is hollow, and he's just filling it with.
it takes a lot of work to maintain that endurance and athletics score.
Yeah,
His leg is hollow, I say.
Yeah, that's what I think.
The Brax brothers, with their rearing up unicorns, which are particularly detailed. The sigil of House Brax has lots going on, and the 2 of them make a big show of mock scolding the servants for giving them the wrong ones, and they look the same. It's just there's a color difference, but
It's
like,
funny unless you're a servant.
yeah. Oh God, the Westerlanders will have us killed. But they don't like raise a fuss. They just like slide them over to one another. Like the first one gets his, and he goes, oh, and slides it to his brother. And the servant's like, "Oh, I'm sorry," and it goes reach it, and then they slides it back over to the first guy, and then the strong boar gives them a bit of a glare because he hasn't gotten his yet, and he's like,
I mean,
"Stop fucking with the small folk," right? And he gets his.
we're all having fun, but they're not
like, So it's just it's a little bit of that. But yeah, so a couple of them that have like very similar sigils um, are having some fun trading a little bit, or if they've got small things that are the differences in the sigil or whatever, or with some of them it's like the third born brother has 3 of X while the second born has 2. Uh, the third born will eat his, and then the second born like reaches to take it because it's his now, and so they're all having a little bit of fun with it, because there are also several drinks into the meal, and it's towards the end of the week, and everyone's in a pretty good mood. So there's a little bit of mild mischief at play with a few of the sigils, but yeah, for the most part, everyone's pretty cool about it.
That's a relief.
Yeah, and they do seem to be entertained, right, by that extra touch. So it's certainly getting appreciated, even if it's a bit of
Even
a
it gets
mischievous
Addam stabbed by
distraction.
the small folk at some point.
Yeah, they're all gonna come into my room, like while I sleep, and stab me to death.
He was half killed by 47 stab wounds to the chest.
Yeah.
He was 147th killed by this person, 147th killed by that other person. Yeah. Yeah.
Aaron Corgile and Julian Corgile try to startle their neighbors with, "Oh, there's a scorpion in my food," and nobody laughs, nobody falls for it. They're just like, "I just heard your brother make that joke," like, yeah. So nobody's rising to the bait, and nobody turns it into. Like, none of them throw their pastry scorpions at the Tyrells or anything like that. So that's also good. Like, yeah, nobody uses it to rekindle, the feuds. And
Addam will cut a bitch if he has to.
but yeah, so there's.
What Addam needs to be is holding his bow during this
Yeah.
whole dinner.
No, he has not brought his bow to the feast. That would be.
They start shit, and Addam just loudly goes, "You know what's very fast? Knocking a bow."
Well, for me it is. Yes, quite.
So yeah, another round goes with just some kind of, good-natured, nightly comedy, as it were, which is casual cruelty to small folk in a small way, and rowdy lad stuff. But yeah, it's another delicious sounding one, and the little pastry.
It's just some long haul talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
And
I think. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, but yeah, definitely the little pastry sigils go over very well. They're the
Excellent.
highlight of that dish. To
Yeah,
most of
remind me to slip Addam a gold dragon. That worked well.
Well, I mean, it was just he was inspired by seeing it at King's Landing and going, "That is a very cool move that shows, like, that that's quite prestigious looking. I want to do that." So he's got an opportunity to do it.
I wouldn't talk to Bessa anytime soon, but
Yeah, I probably owe her a big favor. Yeah, I'm guessing, like, over several courses, like, Addam will have been making light chit chat with Renly and working on his goal to befriend him.
Yeah,
But,
it is.
but he's particularly, like, looks up to him in a particular way, like, as, like, a man who doesn't like girls is, like, looking for, like, that kind of particular, like, friendship from, like, someone who gets it, but he doesn't know how much Olenna or Marjorie have said about him, because Olenna, like, has been probably blabbing it a fair bit, but, like, he doesn't know that and doesn't want to assume. So, in the words of John Mulaney, I will pepper in the fact that I am gay.
She has told it to the people that needed to know. like the
Yeah.
very young girl that you might have been betrothed to. You know,
Yeah.
like she is. You know,
Right.
I know that for a while you felt like everyone knew. It's like no, it's just that like they're planning betrothals, and that shit comes up a little. So
Yeah, but
yeah, it's not like common knowledge or anything of that nature.
sure, but Adam doesn't know that. So, like he's going to be being kind of oblique, but is going to is like definitely when there is an opportunity, kind of like hinting at it to try and bond with him, and
You-
in the hope that like he might give him some advice on like how do I
What? How do I gay?
well, kind of like he like no one's told him how to be like this in this world. He's a bit.
Well, what's funny to me, as far as Adam's concerned, he's like I like the first gay person, maybe second.
Look,
And the
this-
lady Elena's like I've seen everything.
Right.
This is fucking old hat.
One, he doesn't think that.
Yeah,
And-
sure.
Yeah, I'm maybe not explaining it very well because it's like.
as you're fine, it's just
No.
It's-
Yeah.
it's Robert, so it's a joke.
Okay. Yeah. It's just like,
So
you know,
you're making small talk about the tasty potatoes, and then Renly's like, I eat ass, and then just normal, casual.
I mean, he might go in like kind of like via the book that he was like Renly gave him as a gift. Going like that was a very interesting book. I don't suppose you know of ones that have masculine perspective. I guess like that kind of thing.
Like that was a
Just,
neat book, but it had way too many titties for me. Just standard
Yeah.
standard table chatter with your grandfather and Stannis right there. No, yeah, I know actually.
By the way, Stannis arms crossed. I don't know
Yeah.
if I'm eating ass.
What I'm trying to explain is Adam is better being subtle about this than I am. So
Yeah. No, it's fine. Yeah, you guys are able to make absolutely charming small talk.
No, by the way, it's not lost to me that Rusty threw me under the bus and then immediately made a worse joke.
That's correct. Yeah. But yeah, it is absolutely charming small talk throughout, and Renly is very carefully navigating these waters, but you can tell that he does, carefully navigate them. Sexuality is not particularly brought up, or anything like that, because you are at a dinner table with some people really close. But
Oh, yeah, so-
you are certainly charming him, and vice versa. He is, you have seen him be kind of insincerely affable a few times this week, and you're pretty sure this is not that. He does seem to just genuinely enjoy your company and to appreciate the feast that you have put together.
Cool.
So it's definitely, definitely having a good
it's
time.
like a genuine and sincere attempt to befriend him.
Uh,
I mean, I would have also tried to befriend Loris, but he turned out to be a bit of a dick. But it's fine.
Right. Hashtag the Malorises.
Yeah, okay. Like I think I've managed to like embarrass myself trying to.
No, that was us. You were perfectly reasonable. Robert and I were not. That's how it's.
Okay.
how it-
Admit it.
No, it's now Robert and I as you stand on my bus
It's-
driven over corpse.
So yeah, but yeah, it works. You and Renly are having very, like I said, sincerely pleasant conversation. And again, Renly is quite sincerely complimentary towards the feast because he knows that you've put it together, or at least he's assuming as much from how you are kind of beaming and occasionally kind of glancing to see how people are liking it. And so he has picked up on the fact that this is your menu, and certainly seems to be enjoying it.
Good. Cool.
Cool. Cool.
Yeah,
He
like,
does
there are
make
there are plans to talk to other people, but like I'm not rushing it.
he does make a brief jape, as George R. R. Martin would call it, about how he had always heard you're not supposed to serve fish and venison together, right as he's cutting into his pastry sigil. And he goes, and yet it's quite delicious. And so you've got the occasional little bit of good humor.
Yeah.
But
Like that's the kind of response Adam would have would be like, you know what, like I wonder, you know, how they discovered that if someone was just mixing random meats together and discovered something terrible.
so yeah, you get that sort of mild, joking. But yeah, it's very otherwise quite pleasant conversation.
Sorry, I've just posted one of Philip's comments. Yeah. So like at a kind of appropriate lull, Adam will probably move on. Because yeah, like how I'm kind of thinking of it is like he's been sat with Renly for several courses and they've just been kind of very engrossed in talking, so he hasn't mingled as much as he should. So he's going to like reluctantly go talk to.
I would like to.
Try to be a good host.
I like to, when you're done, I'd like to strike up a conversation with Melena's little sister.
She is having a great time being at a big fancy feast full of dashing knights and pretty
real
ladies.
quick,
And
Ash, were you done or not? Because I didn't want to cut you off.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
but yeah, that's basically the vibe you're getting from her is just that Ghost Hill doesn't get a ton of guests. They haven't had a reason to like host anything for a while.
And
So
indeed, I would
Yeah, she's definitely in a great mood and is just, drinking it in.
Lady Tiora, I think I got the name right.
Yes. Teora. So I'm assuming it's pronounced Tiora. Like I don't know how else it would be pronounced, but that's what we're going with.
Lady Tiora, do you get a chance to leave Ghost Hill very often?
And there aren't terribly many places to go that aren't a bit too far of a ride away. I spent, like, out of character, I wanted to say I spent last summer in Sunspear type of thing, but because the seasons are fucking weird in Westeros, she says something equivalent, right? Like
Last year or whatever, yeah.
She got a standard, trueborn, highborn visit to Sunspear and fucking around in the water gardens and, stuff like that. Right? But like, I don't know exactly what to make it of a last summer, last spring. But yeah. So yeah, last year I visited Sunspear but there were only other Dornish girls there. And the dresses here all look so different. And the lords are in so many more colors and layers. And, she's clearly just kind of geeking out at the mingling and just the number,
I'm also going to let her talk and just prompt her. Just, be friendly. Just try to get in good with the family, I guess.
It is not hard. She is very eager to chatter. She asks you about some of the King's Landing gossip, and she looks sounds a little wistful.
I will go over stuff that's appropriate enough for the.
Like, let me tell you about my favorite horse.
All right, I'll tell you who eats ass. It'll be a little sanitized, but
But she asks for a little bit of So you
and
definitely
I'll share with her the styles and stuff that were at least popular last time I was there, which has been a few months now.
Yeah, it's like 6 months, I want to say. I haven't really rechecked the timeline of late, but it's been a bit. But yeah, so she's eager to hear about that sort of thing. You don't think that she's like sequestered at home. You just think that there hasn't been a lot of reason to travel, and also you guys had a Vulture King issue until fairly recently, so you probably weren't traveling unnecessarily for a bit. But yeah, so she's absolutely easy to get, nattering away and chatting about stuff, and
they are a pale reflection of the water gardens of Sunspear, but feel free to use the pools here while you're here. And
do you think some of the Reach and Stormlanders and other northern visitors are they likely to partake after the feast?
I'm sure a few will.
And then she's like, okay, excellent. Like now it sounds like it's okay. Like, is that too Cornish for them? It's not. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she's definitely in that kind of headspace of trying to act like a fancy northern girl, and not be excited unless it's appropriate to them and that sort of
Yeah,
thing.
I'm not gonna be like, I bet you can't outdo crazy shit with Elia or anything. Just just let her talk and be let her have her fun.
Yeah. All right. It sounds like we've got another non-controversial course. Like nobody's doing or saying anything that's likely to pick fights. So it's just pleasant conversation with the occasional colorful character from our limitless cast of NPCs. But yeah, like nobody's being
Thank you,
wildly
George.
inappropriate. Yeah, in character, nobody's being wildly inappropriate or anything. Yeah, just seems to be a pleasant night with people. Miranda Royce is flirting rather shamelessly with anybody that gets near. Maya Stone is eating carefully but heartily. She's kind of eating slowly, waiting to watch how other people eat and then trying to copy them. Occasionally, what's that?
I was just gonna say Adam's gonna go join them.
Okay. Occasionally, Mary Crane has her table giggling about something.
Mary.
Telling some jokes and stuff. But so, the people that you guys know are acting like the people that you guys know. There just isn't a, I don't want to say nothing dramatic, but like nothing dangerous is going on, right? Everyone's, mingling pretty well. And yeah, there's a couple of the young Reach maidens that are hanging out with Miranda and Maya, and they're like, Maya, you're so tall, right? And they're kind of gawking at her a little bit, and just like listening to her talk about how she's got this dangerous, exciting job, and she's like, they're like, but you're not Dornish. They're like, but she is a bastard, and they're like, oh, don't be mean, right? Like, so they're just 14-year-olds chatting a little bit with someone that's a bit less exotic than a Dornish warrior woman, but that is still outside their usual comfort zone. It tends to be what this couple of girls are doing while Miranda is leaning very bodaciously towards a nearby knight or lord, or So yeah, like I said, people are acting the way you have come to expect most of them to act, but not in a way that is ratcheting up tension or violence or the likelihood of either. So it's just pleasant night with good food and people that have kind of learned how to get along this week.
That's good.
Been a few hiccups, and who knows how long it'll all last. But yeah, it's you guys did a good job this week with
that was very much the kind of
the peacekeeping.
why Adam's speech had like the wording it did was very much to like about that of like, thanks everyone for mostly being cool. Please continue to be cool.
We taught them the value of friendship, and nothing will ever come between that.
As you leave Renly, by the way, Adam hears he just turns the other way, not in a okay, well, I'm done with you, but he doesn't like miss a beat, and he just turns and starts talking to Iris Dannett, who rather animatedly returns his conversation, and she is, apparently Renly works on her too. Even if Renly doesn't want his pee-pee in there, Renly knows how to be charming, and it's easy.
It's not like that's a requirement for being affable,
I'm only nice to people I want to fuck.
Oh, I'm doing it wrong then. And so is Adam, clearly.
Well, either be less nice to less people or want to fuck more people. Just even it out.
But yeah, so Renly just immediately like turns the charm on her as the nearest highborn person, and she is
This guy's always on. Fucking Renly.
she's chatty. You know, she is chatty and affable and stuff in return. And you know, she has had this afternoon and evening. She's allowed to make a decision for herself in what might be the first time in a long time. So it could be the drinks, it could be Renly's company. But yeah, like she seems to be in a genuinely good mood. You can't help but notice, you know, just as you hear the bit of conversation as you're leaving. So yeah, even Iris seems to be getting along with people. So
Even though she hates me, I'm proud of her.
So are we good for the next round, or was there any other particular conversating that anybody had planned?
No, I'm good. I'm like, I've got an agenda. I'm working on it. We're good.
All right. Raina, Bela, any particular topics of discussion you're wanting to bring up with any particular guests, or are we just doing pleasant evening?
Pleasant evening.
Yeah, I don't have a specific conversational goal, but I would definitely bring up to Balin that I'm looking forward to seeing Stonehelm and the lands of his family.
And he almost, I don't want to say looks caught off guard, but it looks like it occurs to him for the first time that you haven't. Right? He's like, oh, right. Yeah, of course. You know, like he just hadn't
He's been
really...
staying at your place so often.
Yeah, he just hadn't really occurred to him. But yeah, he's like, of course. Well, with that Vulture King business taken care of, perhaps we'll see increased trade and travel through the region, and you could find some excuse for your grandfather to let you come visit.
Oh, I don't think I'll need too much of an excuse.
Oh, yes, I guess we have one. And again, it looks like it's kind of hasn't hit him. It's like, oh wait, yeah, right. Like she probably told him by now. Yeah, okay. You know, so he just seems to be still adjusting to being betrothed. But yeah, he is absolutely excited, and he'll tell you a little bit about it. Out of character, I don't have a lot to work with, so I'm not going to name drop much just yet. But yeah, he'll mention.
Describe all the areas.
Everyone.
Yeah, I like to
What's
know.
the architecture like?
But he mentions like, yeah, there's such and such a hill, which is supposed to be haunted, but I don't think anyone spent the night up there in ages. And then there's
Would that be a ghost hill?
There's terrific trout fishing at such and such a creek, and you know, so he just starts to tell you a little bit. He's not like the most, you know, he's not like a northern outdoorsy guy, but he is a rugged, you know, night and hunting is expected, and also he's got a lot of, you know, that sort of stuff to talk about when discussing the lands around the house. So it's yeah, it's pretty easy conversation there, of pretty pleasant. And then he's like, and then of course the swans, and they're near the water there. Like a lot of their wealth is from, I don't remember the name of what river, but like, you know, he's like, so then of course the swans on the fill in the blank river, you'll have to see those, and you know, so yeah, he's just
Swan River.
Just chatting kind of excitedly about that, because it hadn't occurred to him really that you hadn't seen it yet, and now that you've got him thinking about it, he is
All right. Well, I am.
He's definitely you're in the headline look of the guy whose girlfriend's like, let's go to your place, and he's like, oh, I forgot my place is terrible.
I'm just trying to
yeah,
the river.
so that's an easy pleasant conversational topic for him that he gets kind of animated about in a way that you haven't terribly seen from him. But it looks like he's looking forward to it.
Okay, good. Yeah. So that's a conversation we'll have for a while, I imagine.
It's in the Mistwood, isn't it? Stonehelm.
Parts of it, I know it's at least on the Mistwood, right? Like,
Yeah.
again, a lot of our maps are a little fuzzy, so I'll fill in details later. But yeah, like the Stormlands is pretty
Oh, I
cool
see.
terrain
Slain?
from what we've seen. Yeah, Slain is the river.
Okay.
It's in the Red Watch.
So
You know, between that and Will and our place and Go Still, we got a whole little bay we can just claim ownership of. I mean, eventually, once we take over everything.
Ash, I
Can't
can't
you,
hear
but-
I
Ash.
can't hear you.
Can
Ash.
anybody else?
Can't
Yeah,
hear.
none of that came through, Ash.
Yeah, heard that.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just couldn't hear whatever
that
that
is-
last comment
That
was.
is very
Yes.
right. Okay, I'm not sure what that was. Yeah, like like you say, the river's called the Slain, and like where the mouth of that meets the Sea of Dorn's called Cape Wrath, which is quite badass.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, he sounds pretty excited about it, and occasionally Red Ronnet, who seems to have invited himself on this trip, is like, also there's fine hunting at the woods just north of, and like because his lands aren't terribly far, and you remember that House Connington lost like 80% of their land after Robert's Rebellion. And House Swan were some of the recipients of it, but he actually seems to be amiable about it. Like he mentions, like, oh yeah, there's great fishing on such and such a cliff, and we could jump from the cliff into the water below unless we're scared. And like, you're like, that used to be his, but it sounds like he's legitimately just like,
He was just there
excited
for the
his
fishing.
friend. Yeah, like he's, and he's also young enough that it's not like he remembers it being his. But yeah, it sounds like he's a pretty cool, he is bros with his Stormlands neighbors instead of resenting them for the loss. So he's not pulling a Danet.
Bros
as we
before
call it.
woes.
Yeah, that's the standard thing. But yeah, so you're able to get a couple of them very excitedly chatting about the rugged beauty of the Stormlands. And then Red Ronnet's like, yeah, Balin brings the rugged and you'll bring the beauty. And, like, gives you a leer that would almost be inappropriate if your almost betrothed wasn't sitting right there, but like he just seems to be on autopilot for him rather than meaning to flirt. But yeah, so you just got a table full of cheerful, increasingly drunken Stormlanders, stuff with a couple Riverlanders who then start talking about the fishing. Because they're like, we love that shit, fish, yeah, right. And then they're all talking about, well, the trout are this big back home, and then Red Ronnets are like, well, the trout are this big, So they just go off on their thing. So yeah. What about Reyna?
I am focused on being a
Got the
good
barrack yet?
hostess. On what?
You got the barrack yet?
Yeah, I'll get the barrack. It's not like the last table I visit though, or anything.
So still just kind of floating and making sure everyone's okay.
Yes, and making sure that that I just don't want. I want to make sure that the atmosphere stays appropriately affable, which it is. So I'm very happy. And since it's the last feast, I'm teasing it about there'll be announcements later, and Isn't everyone
Oh,
excited?
he's at the barrack, or just everyone in general?
Everyone, but also the barrack.
Ooh, that's harsh.
Yeah, everybody seems to be in like I said, each table's in a pretty good mood. There are a couple of the Dornishmen that have been maybe jokingly, maybe seriously causing trouble. That are playing the knife game, which the Dornish call Pinfinger. I just decided at their table, um, but they don't have their knives pointed at anybody else, so that's progress. They're growing as people. And before long, um, a couple of the Valemen come over. You remember there's a decent amount of shipping and sailing in and out of the Vale, and it looks like this game has made its way there because a couple of them are starting in. So even the potential worst thing you can see, Dornishmen with knives out, it turns into a fairly affable table game with some guests. So yeah, um, everyone is congratulatory. You don't get an apology from Richard Horp for being on the team that beat you. Um, Ned is
He
unfailingly
would not. Yes,
polite.
he would definitely not apologize. As somebody who played him for 5 minutes and didn't do
Let me
anything, I
tell you,
agree.
I got really into that.
Let me tell you.
Edric Dane does just say that I'm glad that you weren't hurt, my lady. That was very brave of you. And that's what but so you get a few kind of conciliatory comments, but for the most part, people are like well fought, and the keep the food coming, and just pleasant, increasingly rowdy, but in a good-natured way, conversation. There's a stray comment from Gaudry Faring as you're leaving. Something, love to watch her go. That might have been a little bit louder than is polite.
Whew. Fight
But
him. Fight
it's
him.
also specifically the dress that you wore to get that reaction. So you may or may not take it poorly.
If you attack him,
to see who's looking.
if you attack him, I'm pretty sure Bela and myself will aid you. So
What are you typing?
Sorry.
Just says
Fine.
paranoid. Like, what's going on? You talking about me?
No, I'm just responding to Robert in the chat. That's all.
Gotcha.
All right. Now there's just a glance back to see who's looking.
And yeah, it's Gaudry and Justin Massey, the handsome brown bearded fellow. But yeah, and they're both giving you appreciative looks that aren't quite leers. Again, it's not quite an inappropriate. They're not, wolf whistling or cat calling. It was just a little bit louder than it should have been. Might be because they're a little drunk. But
Just
yeah,
shake
those
my
two,
head at him, like
those two are
nodding.
definitely enjoying the view. Sitting with them is Sir Roland Storm, who is on their melee team. He is not. It might just be because it's a bastard. He's a lot more careful about that sort of thing. So he is not giving you any sort of inappropriate look. But yeah, so there's that.
say, just give him a rueful shake of my head, but and keep going.
All right, let's next course it then.
Righto. Oh, I accidentally moved that. I shouldn't have. Okay, that one. So I've got too many word files open. Right, so like this is like the second course proper, even though there's been 4 courses.
Right.
It's like the second main course kind of thing. Well, it's the no, it's not quite the main course. It's like a preamble to it. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna shut up. Sorry.
You can't shut up. You have to tell us about it.
This got joked about months ago, and I've decided to run with it. Because someone said they wanted a chimichanga, I think it was.
Oh, perfect. Yes.
Because we had tacos last time, so yeah, these are Dornish blankets rather than Dornish purses. They are minced lamb, green olives, potato, onion, and spices. That's cumin, paprika, cayenne, and coriander leaf, wrapped in a very thin flatbread and fried. And those are served with a chunky spiced tomato, red pepper, and onion salsa type thing for dipping or pouring over the top. And there are roasted dragon peppers on the side for those that want them. And that is served with a cooling.
That sounds so good.
Right?
I told you that there was look-friendly stuff coming. That's being served with.
I doubted it. I was gonna call bullshit on the whole feast, but you saved it.
I told you not to doubt me. So that's being served with a cooling passion fruit lassi. So that's like passion fruit in yogurt with like cardamom. So it's like a nice cooling drink for those that need it. There's also pomegranate juice mixed with white rum or spiced red wine. So it's like red wine with cinnamon.
I'll take that rum with grenadine in it. Thank you.
So this one is a bit spicier, and a few of the guests aren't going to end up finishing it. But it's also like, portion 5 of a huge meal, so it's not uncommon for things to remain unfinished. But there is a bit of activity as a couple guests get up and move around with a few grins at each other. Obara Sand, Oris Waters, and the Strong Boar are now sitting at a table eyeing each other. And they all sit down and they settle their food down. And Elia is looking excitedly from one to the other and like cheering Oris on quietly. And Septon Jim makes his way over, and it looks like they've called in a judge. And then the three of them get to work in trying to eat the spicy stuff. Obara has an edge because she's got that spicy Dornish blood. Oris has a bit of an edge of just not caring about his insides. So, the Strong Boar is in there with endurance score and pride alone. But yeah, they are woofing things down. They're drinking the salsa in a gulp to do so. So
it's not a savory smoothie, Oris.
So yeah, and none of them are like, they all set the little cooling yogurts in the middle of the table, like okay, when you're done, when you're out,
when you pussy out, it's there.
Grab one of those. So yeah, so they're all doing, and then a couple of their neighbors. It starts with the Brax brothers, also from the Westerlands, and Merlin, Lyle Craycall's younger brother. They come over with like extra peppers, and they're starting to make the rounds and like gather up the extra peppers and stuff that people aren't eating. And they're being surprisingly well-mannered about this. Like, it's not super loud and rowdy. A couple of knights make their way over to enjoy watching the three biggest, strongest people here suffer a little bit. Like, and then they go like, I could eat out. I could out eat that. I could do that. Right.
I do want to glance a look to Lady Valeda that basically says, "We could win this, but your mom is here."
So yeah, there's a bit of that disturbance, but it's
kind of like,
It's all a good-natured thing. But yeah, the Dornish blankets go over very well. They are a little warmer than some of the guests like, but they're not going to waste. So
Yeah,
that food's getting
yeah.
Uh,
Adam kind of did make a point of kind of having them be just kind of medium on their own, but giving people the option to make them cooler or hotter as they wanted.
yeah.
Basically.
Again, I don't understand the skill you're using. You got to use the.
Alysanne Mormont makes her way over to the food fight, as it were, but she absolutely refuses to take part. And you hear her because the volume on her goes up as the drink goes in, and she's like, "Oh no, none for me. I'm pretty sure all them stories about poison are just this stuff. I don't think they ever fucking killed anyone on purpose. I think it's all just misunderstandings about the temperature of cuisine. Nope, 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 nope." And she reaches in and unabashedly reaches for one of the cooling yogurts, and none of them move to fight her for it because it's Alysanne Mormont.
She knows what battles not to get involved
Yeah.
in, and when
She
she
just-
can,
She
very wise.
punctuates her northern disclaimer by drinking one of the yogurts without having eaten the spicy food.
Just looking at it and making her feel
Yeah,
weird.
she's making it clear she's not taking part. She's here to watch. But yeah, so yeah, people are having fun with it.
I'm
And
gonna make
again,
one more comment to my table, and that is my brother can apparently cook, even though I know he didn't actually cook it. Like he just ordered people to do it. It's the same thing.
He can plan a menu.
yeah, again, that still gives him the credit without the implication of menial
Yeah,
labor.
got a sense of what things go nicely together without having any actual cooking.
Well, I mean cook the way people mean, like when they say someone built something, and they mean like hired laborers to build it.
Yeah.
I was the architect of this food, not the actual creator. I drew up the plans and someone else did it.
Tasty meal. Mm.
All
Only
right.
halfway through, brother.
Out of curiosity, of the table doing the face-off, who's winning?
They they're currently going like bite for bite.
Okay.
Nobody's tapped out yet. But we shall see. Next up, what do we got? What's our next delicious course?
So because that's probably like the kind of the height. That's the height of the spiciness. It's peaked. So it's followed by a palate cleansing salad of lamb's lettuce, sweetgrass, and red cabbage, with thin ribbons of carrot, pecan halves, and diced beetroot, topped with chunks of seared chicken that's been marinated in harissa. So it's got a little bit of heat to it, but not like so much that it would be uncomfortable. And that's being served with pear cider or apricot wine.
I will take the cider today. This not today, but this
Course.
This course. All right, this canned cocktail may have hit harder than I thought it was going to hit.
The salads are waved away from the burning table, but Alysanne Mormont does just reach out and take a chunk of chicken off one before they leave. But there's no room on the table because the highborn have taken it upon themselves to gather up the leftover peppers and so that's still going on. So that trio is not eating their salad. Everybody else is enjoying it. A few of them, like the more delicate reach maidens, make a show of the mild heat on the chicken, be like, "Oh, what a pleasant surprise!" Right? And fanning themselves a little. But yeah, like as sounds go, that sounds pretty dope. So yeah, everyone's having continuing to have a good time, except for the mild and good-natured disturbance going on over there with the high endurance crowd duking it out a little bit.
So yeah, like Addam will like join Maya Stone and Miranda for a little bit because he mainly wants to ask Maya how Sir Brendan is doing and like how are things at the Eyrie. Kind of not asking anything too pointed, but like definitely asking after Sir Brendan because like he was a good dude.
To get there, you need to pass the gauntlet of Royce's bosom being stuffed right in your face.
Okay.
Especially because you're the birthday boy, and she hasn't been able to give you a hug yet, right? So she makes a big show of
You'll participate in the hug, but go like bright lobster pink.
so she makes a big show of nice smothering you. It is a
Okay.
hug in name only. It is mostly trying to kill you with pillows.
I mean, like he's already like he gets that now and again from Bessa, so he's kind of going, all right, this is a little bit like when mother figure hugs me.
And she does it to a scandalous couple of chuckles
Yeah.
and stuff from the folks nearby that are just like, she's so nice, letting the birthday lad touch her titties, you know, like. So she's
Yeah. I think Adam might even like manage a joke of, oh, what a way to go. But like it's mainly to be deflect from like, oh, that was uncomfortable. Not that she's not a lovely, she's a lovely woman and she's very beautiful, but very much
Oh
not
my
Adam's,
God.
not Adam's cup of tea.
she's
If you
also
do, it's just dive in head first, and you know for a fact whether it works or not.
Oh.
so she is drunk enough to be inappropriate, but also it's the last feast and it's Dorn and it's your birthday. So she's like, fuck it, that's like 3 excuses.
Yeah.
Wait, is this Miranda we're talking about?
Miranda,
yes.
yes.
Yeah.
You had your
Brother.
chance to get to
I have issues with this, brother. We'll talk about it later.
We'll talk about it later.
come ahead.
So yeah, everybody either goes, cheers Addam on, or politely looks away as appropriate.
Yeah.
But then, yes, you are free
Yeah,
to talk with Maya, who is beat red after Miranda's stunt.
Wait. At some point, I want to make eye contact with Miranda just to see what her deal is.
She's not even looking at you. She's
Ah,
surrounded.
that bitch. She
This
knows
is
what
a-
she's doing.
This
You
is a
had your
tourney-
chance, dude.
This is a tourney full of eligible knights and lords. She's not looking at you at all. She's got but yeah, so like there's good cheer over at that table. Good and mildly inappropriate cheer.
Adam's getting to the lately tipsy point enough that like he's going to. I mean, he'll still be embarrassed, but will join in a bit with the banter more than he normally would.
And
But so we're all what? Grandfather is still here, right?
Yes.
yeah, he's up there.
Okay.
Again, he and the Lady Elena aren't finishing every course necessarily, but yeah, they're sampling stuff and having conversation, and yeah, Grandpa smiled again, like
Oh.
From Maya, you learn that the Blackfish is doing just fine, and he sends his apologies that he could not attend, but his duties kept him in the Vale. Yeah, and then
Pity, but I'm glad to know he's doing well.
and
How are you doing?
she's like, "Oh, I'm fine. It's the race. I think still wore me out. It's hot down here, but it was still fine countryside and good hills.
Oh yes, like I take it this is your first time coming to Dorn.
Oh yeah, never been further south than King's Landing, and even that just the one time.
Oh, I imagine this must be quite the adventure. I remember being very excited when I first went north.
And you could tell that she is uncomfortable still speaking with highborn folk about anything but her job, right?
Mm.
But you absolutely know that that's not on you or the topic of discussion or anything like that, so but yeah, so it's she's fine. She's a little bit embarrassed by Miranda, who also leaned over again when there was talk of the hills of Dorne. Miranda's like, mine are bigger than any of them, right? And you know, looking around at the Dornish women, and you know, so Miranda's a little tipsier than she should be. But yeah,
I'm certainly not going to argue with that.
um, but yeah, so yeah, Maya's doing fine. The Blackfish is doing fine, and there really wasn't any trouble this week. She is more relaxed, you can tell, than she was in King's Landing. And which is like most people would not be more relaxed in Dorne than in King's Landing.
Yeah.
But you may recall she was specifically concerned there. But yeah, she seems to be doing just fine, and yeah.
A bit, like maybe slightly more quietly. Like I hope that certain parties not present haven't given you any more trouble.
It's fine. They forget about me as soon as I'm not there.
Okay, well that's good to hear. I don't want to have to go up there and box some ears, or have my brother do it.
Not sure you could reach the ears on them kettle black lads, but who knows? Maybe if you shot him a little first.
Yes, perhaps though the resounding against such empty vessels might be a bit loud.
She lets out an indelicate snort at that. She is not accustomed to hiding her good humor.
Okay, that's yeah, good. Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, that was the main kind of thrust of it, and kind of after like a bit more chatting, Adam will move on.
Yeah, nothing super. I mean, her life is not super exciting unless you are there living it with her and like riding those mules across the rope bridges and shit. Then it's terrifying. But the way she describes it, it's just her normal commute. So she's not like, you know, she downplays it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So she hasn't got a lot of, interesting or exciting stuff to, you know.
Yeah, and without Adam being willing to ask directly, he's not going to get more information than that anyway. So it's fine.
Yeah. So next course,
Sure. Okay. So this is ginger encrusted beef ribs, and also separately from that, honey mustard ham stuffed with black cherries, on herby rosemary trenchers, with roasted brassica, buttered turnips, white beans, and fluffy heaps of polenta, plum wine or ruby beer, both from the Vale, being served with it. So people can, they're basically like the whole thing's brought out and people can take bits off, essentially.
Yeah, I'm fucking hungry.
Wow.
So yeah, I get them good. They some of the servants start to go like past the table of fire because they're like, well, they didn't want the last thing, and then the strong boy's like, piss on that. Come on, bring it over. Just set it down. We'll eat it later. Look at that. Look at yeah. So he interrupts for a moment. It's like, no, like you bring us that shit. You put that here. We'll find it. We'll get it later. And yeah, the Westerosi guests dig in with gusto and zeal on this stuff because this is, you know, it's still got some spices and herbs that they might not be used to, but this is stuff that they're like, yeah, like, oh, we like this shit. Stormlanders are all for it, you know. Yeah, so everyone's on board.
Yeah, it was kind of pairing something a little bit more unusual with something more traditional, basically. Yeah, so that's the kind of, that's like the proper main course, like
Yeah.
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 The
Well, it sounds lovely.
Yeah, you do see some differences among your guests in the table manners of where they are from, and that some of them are carelessly tossing their ribs, but the bones behind them when they're done, just like whipping them on the floor, which, you know, is a regional variation. Certain parts of Westeros, you're used to having enough hounds, you know, that's just assumed. It's a sign of good manners to treat your host's dog, or like whatever. So a couple of your servants are specifically on rib duty, but yeah, it doesn't cause a fuss. Uh, and in fact, you actually see it spread to some of the guests that don't. And in fact, rather scandalously, Mary Crane just says, "Well, why not?" and whips hers backwards over her shoulder with a bit more oomph than is needed. It clatters off somebody at the next table, which leads to her almost falling out of her chair from laughing. But again, nobody's upset. Nobody's in a bad mood about it. It just gets everybody cheerfully tossing their bones on the floor. Um, One of the younger Reach Maidens tries it and gets away with it once. And they're like, "But Mary did it." And then she's like, "Well, Mary's not my niece," right? And Janet shuts that shit down. And yeah, but most of the guests, are clearly getting a little more boisterous and a little more relaxed in the languid Dornish heat or whatever that's got them, being a little bolder than normal. But definitely a course that goes over well with the assorted NPC crowd.
Yeah, I think like Adam will like spend that course hanging out with Beric and Ned if he can.
Pretty easy.
Not for anything specific, just like hanging out with them.
Yeah, and easily enough done, and cheerfully enough joined. They're both happy to see you, and you get a compliment on your outfit from Beric. You get a compliment on the Dornish blankets from Ned. It's like, I haven't had those in forever. I forgot how much I loved them, right? And he's just all like, "Yeah, this is good stuff." Yeah, so everyone's just having a good old time, and is happy to see you join them.
Yay! Cool.
Oh, cool.
This is nice. Do you...
So, like, anybody else got any particular wanting to break pattern, or are we still just kind of doing pleasant evening, charming folk?
Oh, I am shipping Adric, so I'm waiting for a thing to happen over there.
Okay.
Yeah. Nothing specific. Just pleasant evening.
Just trying to give everybody the chance. It's just like nothing awful's going on, so the usual interruptions aren't happening. So I'm just trying to make sure.
Isn't it
everybody's...
weird how peaceful our feast are when Aunt Elia isn't here?
Actually, Uncle Orion isn't here either, so...
Yeah.
Where could they be?
Uncle Orain vanished a couple days ago, and Aunt Elia just announced that she was going home after the archery contest. She's like, "I don't care to watch Stormlanders joust, and nah."
So they left at the same time, is what you're saying?
Yeah. So, well, they didn't though.
Okay.
Orion Waters just seems to he didn't announce anything to anyone. He just left. like maybe he was ordered to come here for the betrothal potential thing, and then he's like, "Fuck it, I'm out." So yeah, he just legitimately took off at some point. Whereas Aunt Elia was just like, "I was here to see the archery contest, and yeah, I don't care to watch the joust and the melee." So yeah, so she's been gone for a little bit. Actually, that's part of why it's been so quiet, probably. Yeah, sounds like next course then.
Cool. So, okay, yeah. So we're now into the last two courses. So we're into dessert, which is peaches flambéed with golden rum, brown sugar, and cinnamon served with sweet cream. There's also plums soaked in rose water, date and walnut cakes, horn-shaped flaky pastries filled with whipped cream and fresh strawberries, and spiced honey biscuits. Those are served with orange sweet wine or peppermint tea.
All right. Well, while that wave of deliciousness is being brought out, and it is clear that the meal is drawing towards a close, um,
Yeah, there's just one more
grandfather,
course after it.
yeah, grandfather Makar actually stands up while the desserts are being brought out, and it gets fairly quiet. It never gets fully silent at a feast unless something awful happens. But yeah, people mostly quiet down while the servants are still bustling. Um, and yeah, Grandfather Maker stands and is careful not to lean on the table or anything like that while he's got all eyes on him, right? And he stands and he lifts his glass. What was the most recent drinks? What were the two options? Was
Sorry. It was sorry, orange sweet wine or peppermint tea. As a
let's go
sort
with
of
the let's go with the tea for him because it's pretty late in the meal, so he's probably he's gonna go for the tea, be more moderate. But he will lift his tea to make it clear he's wanting to offer a toast, and everybody mostly hushes, right? And he goes, I wish to echo the words of my youngest grandson in thanking all of you for honoring Wyvern's Rest with your presence this week. It has been the pleasure and honor of the Blood Royal to have you all here. Not only for Addam's Nameday and for the tournament itself, but for the pleasure of your company and a few decisions that were made this week. And this gets an ooh from some of the Reach Maidens who are pretty sure they know what's coming, right? And that includes Tiora at this point. She's like, oh, and she kind of grins and looks between Luke and her sister, and but the younger ones in particular are looking excited. And then Grandfather lifts his cup towards Reyna, and he says, "With the heir to House Nymerian, care to speak to our assembled guests?"
Of course,
Or
Grandfather.
we can just call it a night.
Shut up, Luke.
Yeah, I'm done. See ya.
Peace
While we are overjoyed to have our home so full of friends and neighbors, and at being able to provide this celebration of my youngest brother's Nameday, we have also had other joyous news this week. House Nymerian and House Tyrell will be
Oh,
enjoying we'll be having a wedding between myself and Sir Willis.
what?
He's not a knight.
God,
Yeah.
Sir Willis, or Lord Willis Tyrell.
Yeah, it's fine. You would have gotten it correct.
Yeah.
Well, that's Tyrell.
And yeah, there is appropriate giggling and clapping from the Reach contingent. Mary whoops aloud like a woo girl at a concert, right? You're not supposed to quite do that, but it's dessert in Dorne, whatever. So she is a bit indelicate with her cheer.
Mary gets one.
Miranda is clapping and cheering and bouncing with it as she does so. Tiora is actually wiping away a little tear at how sweet it is, even though she's like not terribly emotionally invested in Reyna or Willis. But she's just like, oh, there's more romance coming. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Right.
Yeah.
She's adorable.
You do notice that Ned casts an almost panicked look at Barrick, but then he sees that Barrick isn't preparing a toast or an announcement
Ooh.
about Ned being toast. So then Ned relaxes and is just happy for his friends. But for a moment, he's like, "Wait, what? Are we? We're not okay. Okay."
Yeah, I think Addam
Okay.
will also give him
Right,
like
he's
a little
just-
reassuring pat, like it's okay, you're not
Like you're
on
not
the right
not
thing.
blindsiding me with this.
You don't have to do anything straight right now. It's okay.
You're
Um,
good, little buddy.
And yeah, so
Adric?
you are uproariously congratulated by your guest. The political ramifications likely will not be lost on them when they go home and tell their fathers, right? So but the crowd that you guys have here did skew towards younger knights and second and third sons, etc., etc. So nobody's like murmur, 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 right? Like nobody seems to be struck by the heir to Highgarden marrying the heir to the warden of the Stoneway, right? They seem to just instead be like, yay! Like, Raina's been pretty okay this week, and this is a good celebration. Let's celebrate the thing. So don't think that you lot are entirely off the hook from anybody noticing anything, but the crowd that you have cultivated for this particular feast just seem to be happy for the joyous announcement, right? So
Luke is happy. He likes this match, but he also is keenly aware that Lady Oleda seems to be setting something up here that is interesting.
He cast a glance towards Stannis the Manus.
Ooh,
he clapped twice,
he did his two claps.
It is
exuberantly.
collapsed.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
I don't see gears turning or smoke coming out of his ears or anything.
He just looks Stannis-y.
Okay.
You know,
Stanisian, that's the
yeah.
word.
but yeah, he doesn't.
Stanisian.
He's not protesting or anything. You know, but yeah, so he looks his usual relaxed, easygoing self.
Right. So then I nod over at
Over at who? I'm sorry.
Bela.
Okay. All right, and the kind of the cheering dies down, and you hear a few of the young maidens talking to each other about what dresses they're gonna wear, as though they didn't kind of know this was coming, and as the right, like they're already starting to plan, and blah 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 blah, and then presumably Bela
Yeah.
draws some attention.
Yeah, I will stand up and I say, as I'm sure many of you have heard the rumors of, Sir Balin proposed to me after a victorious battle, and after another battle earlier this week that you may have heard of, I have accepted his marriage proposal. And so
Ooh.
the House Swan and House Nymerian will have a wedding upcoming.
I always cry.
Balin pauses for a moment as you start speaking, and then like figures like, no, I should probably stand for this. Like Willis probably isn't standing, but he's not here. And he's got a bad leg. Like whatever. Okay,
Oh,
I guess
bless
I have
him.
to. He's like, I guess I should. I should
stand, so
stand
I don't
up.
have to.
Yeah. So he, but yeah, so he stands, a heartbeat after you do, and then just kind of grins behind you, like at this formal proclamation being made. He's, beaming around the room.
I put my arm around him after the announcement.
Aww.
Hold on, I have a thing to say about Balin Swan.
Uh-oh.
Is this an in-character interruption?
Yeah.
All right. He does not look concerned.
Yeah.
The way,
Yeah, I'm not-
At this point, I'm sure he gets like, oh shit, like
the way the joke may have been meant to hit someone else, he has spent too much time with you lot
Yeah.
That
gonna
he
give
just
you-
he just kind of he does not stop beaming.
Like,
There's
Luke's doing a bit.
there are a few murmurs from elsewhere in the crowd though, like like the brother of the betrothed. But wait, like that's Bayla's brother. She doesn't need a brother to do that, and like right, so
Should
like
have killed him by now.
you
If
can see
anything
that
else.
the gears are turning a little bit with a few of them that do seem to be taking it seriously.
It
If
has
not,
been a few rare men who have shown the bravery Sir Balin Swan has. We fought side by side, and if he wishes to marry my sister, then all the better. To you too. I'm gonna raise my drink.
You had us for a moment there.
and yeah, you
To
get
both my sisters, congratulations.
you get
Thank you,
some
brother.
here's and some lifted glasses, and that sort of thing from around the table, and Red Ronnet has clambered to his feet and is slapping Balin on the back, like he also didn't know, right? like he's like, but yeah,
So
so
surprised.
it seems to be just universally, you know, cheered on and encouraged by the crowd, which are several of their
I'm
Balin's
also-
peers and stuff.
It touches me deep in my heart that they've agreed to name their first child Luke Karras. I'm just gonna give a grin, like he's obviously kidding. Like he only half expects that to happen.
You get a lifted glass from the high table as Lord Renly Baratheon, Master of Laws, says, "And if it's a boy."
Valena, I believe, was the arrangement.
Oh dear.
And yeah, there's uproarious laughter at the joke, atop joke, etc., etc.
That's awesome.
Well played, Renly. Well played.
And he shoots you that lazy grin,
I,
takes all the malice out of it.
I give him the return grin that only
Yeah.
those who hung out in King's Landing at a certain time period can kind of get.
Um, all eyes do seem to still be on Lucaris. If there's something else he'd like to say.
Oh, I suppose I may have an announcement as well. I'm going to turn a look to Lady Toland. If it is okay with you, Lady Toland.
Oh, by all means, I don't feel like standing.
There seems to be one more match in the family. House Marion will be joined with House Toland of Ghost Hill, as I will be accepting and taking on the responsibilities of being the bride of Valena Toland. The husband of Valena Toland. I said the wrong thing, but fuck it, I'm the one wrong.
Once again, cheers. You get loud cheers from the Dornish contingent. Cause like finally, this one of them's gonna marry a proper fucking Dornishman, right? Like,
Right?
like so you get some a little bit louder cheers here and there, scattered from the Dornish, spread through the room.
I will extend my hand to Lady Valena so she can take it and stand if she wishes to.
Yeah, and she rises and gives a smile to everybody, and Tiora bounds to her feet and is like,
Aw,
freaking
so
out.
cute.
Yeah.
I do not yet know the people of Ghost Hill, but it is my hope that I can make them proud of the choice Lady Valena has made and do the proper.
And yeah, the uproarious toasting continues. The betrothal announcements are met with excitement and good cheer, and a couple of a few of the ladies are like, oh, and being extra romantic and a little bit of sniffling, and stuff like that. And then the tall and lanky form of Sir Lucas Blackwood stands up and raises a hand and a glass. And you can tell he's like looking down, And he's like, come on, and he waves, and the taller and lankier, he's even skinnier than Lucas. Donald Hay stands up, and Lucas says, "Well, while announcements is being made and such, I'd
Here.
like to announce the betrothal of my brother, Vannon Rivers, son of Titus Blackwood and Maris Bracken, to wed to. Yeah, I mean, just formal. Come on." And he elbows Donald, and then Donald says, "Piss on you." Fine. It's my honor and privilege and such to hereby formally invite the lot of you to the wedding of Sir Vannon Rivers and Tita Frey, to be held at the Twins. And he announces some date.
Holy shit.
But
Here.
and then he kind of mumbles off and then lifts a glass. And to invite all present and sundry, but especially you folk from Wyvern's Rest, what raised his brother and such. And he kind of lamely peters off. But yes, you have all been invited to a wedding, to a fray
At the Twins.
at the Twins.
Yeah.
Yay! That's so
Hey.
exciting!
Now to read the books I hear are wrote about the setting.
So, with these formal proclamations, we are about ready to kick off the marriage arc here in our grand campaign.
I have a question.
Have-
Are we...
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Like, we do have one more betrothal to announce.
That's what I was going to ask, so go ahead.
I'm
and-
one more course.
It's going to be a goddamn good course.
We're gonna wrap up with the final dessert coming, but before that, the prize of this tourney has a betrothal to announce as well. So the Lady Iris Dannett gracefully stands and lifts a goblet of wine, and again the cheering and clapping and stuff like dies down. And everyone's like, "Oh, there's another one," right? And they all kind of stop and they turn, like, "Oh wait, it's this one," right? So everyone gets real quiet.
Yeah, Adam just goes grey, like, this is the moment my world ends, kind of thing, like, fuck.
And the Lady Iris stands there for a moment, and then your Maester Elston. God, it's hard. I should have named her something else. Maester Elston stands and looks very kind of formal, and he says, "Bring forth the champions of the tourney, Sir Garth Hightower, called the Grey Steel, second son of Lord Leighton Hightower of Old Town. Sir Donald Hay, second son of Sir Leslin, the Knight of Hay. Sir Godry Faring, cousin to Sir Gilbert, the Knight of Faring. Lord Bryce Caron, Marcher Lord of Night Song. Sir Orus the Aurochs, knighted by his grace, King Robert Baratheon." Orus hasn't got an of, so they had to do something else. And Orus is like, "Blah, blah, blah."
What?
So he
No,
wipes,
at Luke's request, it's sad that the historians bury that part.
and Orus is very red in the face, and in the middle of eating a mouthful of peppers, and he reaches and grabs his yogurt and chugs it down on his way up front, and then like wipes his greasy hands because he's been eating everything with his hands on his shirt, and he looks around like, "Oh fuck, oh shit, I almost forgot this was gonna fucking happen. Oh fuck, oh shit." And the lot of them just kind of line up front, and then the Lady Iris raises her glass again, says, "It has been my honor to see so many valiant knights and lords test themselves against one another in honor of the name day of the Honorable Addam, the archer, and with my humble hand in marriage as the prize that awaited them at the end of such brutal poundings. And it is
Ooh.
my distinct pleasure to announce my intent to gift myself to Lord Bryce Caron of Night Song.
Thank you, gay gods.
And then Maester Elston lifts his voice in formal proclamation one last time and says, "And in the absence of the Lady Iris, in preparation for her nuptials, and in taking her place as the Lady of Night Song, let all and sundry congratulate Addam Nymerian, who will stand as steward of Danit lands while she is away."
Woo!
What?
Whoa, what?
Yeah. Adam felt on the back foot with that because that is like, wait, I am what?
So Bryce Caron, what do we know? Is he okay? Is he cool? Is he a dick?
Yeah. He's your standard
Sorry,
chivalrous Stormlander knight.
We like them
Adam has
okay.
spoken to him. Yeah, Adam has interacted with him a little bit, and he seems like a thoroughly decent man.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. If she was gonna be some asshole, I'd have an issue with it, but it sounds okay.
Yeah, he's definitely like not an asshole. He's a good dude.
All right, then I will cheer on.
And then,
Congratulations, Lord Bryson, Lady Iris. I wish you much happiness.
and then the rest of the contestants mill around for a moment until Oris finally just starts to leave, and then nobody stops him, and then the rest of them leave. They're like, "Let the bastard go first." And, all right, nobody's yelling at him.
I'm
So
going
Lord,
to raise a glass to Sir Bryce and to Lady Janet.
and Lord Bryce is invited up to the Nymerian table, where Renly gives him his seat very gallantly, so that Lord Bryce can sit next to his betrothed up there, and then Renly goes and mingles with the regular highborn folk during the final course. So what is our closing dessert course?
Yeah, so the final course, so I'm switching between things here, is cheese. Everyone here likes cheese. So it's the cheese course is accompanied by other things. So candied fruits, which are like slices of mango, ginger, and grapefruit. And then 3 cheeses, a sharp, white, hard cheese wrapped in nettle leaves. Obviously, prepared in a way that they're not, stinging. A buttery, soft cheese rolled in chopped hazelnuts. And a complex, ripe blue cheese topped with thin slivers of pear and walnut. And all served with coarse spelt and rye crackers. And that's accompanied by green wine from Starfall, pear juice, and Nymerian tawny port.
Yeah, I'm definitely hungry. Felicia, I hope you've ordered dinner.
I
during
ordered
all the-
food, yes.
All right, cool. So yeah, people dig in with faintly inappropriate gusto. Because again, it's towards the tail end, and everyone's like, this is good stuff. So they're perhaps a bit less delicate than they should be, with grabbing some of the finger food and whatever. But yeah, that all sounds really heckin' tasty as a kind of palate cleanser at the end of the meal.
Delicious.
So yeah, everybody enjoys it. The final bit of drama at the fire table is Oris scowling as he was disqualified from continuing the pepper eating contest. He's like, "But I had to fucking go up there. I didn't even miss."
That's not fair.
And then apparently a
He's a winner
moment
too.
after he left, the Strongboar chugged his yogurt as well. As soon as he wouldn't be the loser, he would just be a loser. So Obara is sitting there smugly finishing the table covered in peppers and stuff, just chilling and eating. So that's how that particular contest comes to a close. Was Oris tried to make himself presentable before walking up in front of everybody, and he learned a valuable lesson about etiquette by being punished for it immediately. And other than that, we just finished eating some dessert.
Taste.
I'm so pleased with myself. That was a good menu. I'm so
It
proud
was.
of writing that.
Yep.
The
And
opening
as
is
soon as
good
you
well, but like,
order solid food, I will also agree it's good.
yay!
So
I'm glad that it meets with your approval, brother.
It actually has me hungry, and I already ate, so that's actually pretty good.
it's a testament, right?
Yeah.
So with that spate of betrothal announcements at the end of the session, I think let's call this session a wrap.
I think that's a season finale, basically.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we'll see everybody back here in a couple of Sundays. Hopefully
Out
you
of
had a
curiosity,
good
are
time.
we doing a time skip for next session? How are we doing exactly? Do we
We'll
know?
figure it out next session. The people,
Yeah, that would be
right
cool.
out there.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, there's certainly like a couple of people that like I would at least like to have a brief word with before they leave. But yeah, apart from like nothing like super.
You should fuck away from Miranda.
Pardon?
No, I'm just teasing.
Oh, okay.
So
That'd be a
I-
weird, that'd be a weird change of pace.
we will see everybody back here in a couple of weeks. Thanks for hanging out with us, everybody. If it's your thing, I hope you had a good Easter Sunday. And if it wasn't your thing, I hope you buy some cheap candy tomorrow. We will see you back here in a couple weeks. And if not by then, see you here Monday, Wednesday, Friday for some PC gaming. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. And we will see you next time.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.